Schönen guten Morgen hier vom virtuellen Fireside. Wir haben die Möglichkeit, in den nächsten knapp 40 Minuten unsere persönlichen Highlights der ZeroCon Ihnen vorzustellen bzw. mit euch zu teilen. Wir, das sind die Behindertenanwältin Christine Steger und ich, Tobias Buchner, vom Vorsitzteam des Monitoring-Ausschusses Österreich. Und ich würde sagen, wir gehen dann gleich in medias res.
Ja, schönen guten Morgen. Wir freuen uns sehr, dass wir heute unsere persönlichen Highlights präsentieren dürfen, hier im Rahmen des virtuellen Fireside-Chats. Und wir möchten auch gleich starten mit der Eröffnungsveranstaltung, weil auch die Eröffnungsveranstaltung war schon ein ganz besonderes Highlight für uns. Das war heuer wieder im Plenarsaal des Nationalrats im Parlament. Und das ist ein sehr wichtiges Signal auch seitens des Nationalratspräsidenten Wolfgang Sobotka, der das ermöglicht hat, dass wieder die Eröffnungsveranstaltung hier im Plenarsaal stattfinden konnte, weil natürlich das Parlament ein Ort ist für alle Bürgerinnen und Bürger der Republik Österreich und es auch sehr, sehr klar gemacht wurde, mit dieser sehr, sehr feierlichen und sehr schönen Eröffnungsfeier am Dienstag. Also da ist es schon losgegangen, auch mit einigen ausgezeichneten Projekten, die wir schon gesehen haben, die auch vorgestellt worden sind. Und da waren einige dabei, über manche werden wir vielleicht noch ein bisschen was erzählen später. Das war wirklich schon zu Beginn ein sehr großes Highlight. Die Demokratiewerkstatt war auch so ein Highlight. Es war im Anschluss dann die Präsentation der Demokratiewerkstatt des Parlaments, wo die sonnenklar Peer-Streitschlichterinnen einen Workshop gemacht haben, gemeinsam mit Petra Plitschka zur Demokratie, zum Parlament, zu politischen Abläufen, zum Nationalrat. Und es ist einfach ein sehr, sehr wichtiger Impuls auch, weil klar ist, dass alle Bürgerinnen und Bürger natürlich wählen gehen können sollen und dafür muss ich gut informiert sein. Also ich glaube, die Botschaft war ganz klar, politische Partizipation ist enorm wichtig und vor allen Dingen auch im Hinblick darauf, dass politische Partizipation bedeutet, dass man auch gut informiert sein muss. Das heißt, man braucht Informationen, die in barrierefreier Sprache, in leichter Sprache, in barrierefreien Formaten angeboten werden. Das bedeutet, dass man mit einbezogen wird. Und natürlich gilt hier auch die Verantwortung auch den politischen Funktions- und EntscheidungsträgerInnen, auch hier ihre Politik auch dementsprechend barrierefrei zu gestalten. Und das war ein starkes Signal auch in Richtung wir sind hier, wir sind ein Teil auch der politischen Gesellschaft Österreichs und das war, finde ich, ein sehr, sehr stimmiger Start auch dieser Konferenz.
Genau, das war gleich schon ein echtes Highlight. Wir wünschen uns natürlich als Behindertenanwältin und vom Vorsitzteam vom Monitoring-Ausschuss, dass die Diskurse zur Inklusion noch ein bisschen länger im Parlament verweilen und auch zu einer Umsetzung der Behindertenrechte in Österreich weiterhin führen. Du hast jetzt schon auch die vielen tollen Apps und Innovationen angesprochen. 5 von diesen wurden ja präsentiert. Und ich würde ganz gerne beim Thema Apps bleiben und würde da als ein weiteres Highlight von uns auf die App Lingnano sprechen zu kommen. Lingnano ist eine App von einem jungen Unternehmen aus Österreich. Und was uns dabei so gut gefallen hat, ist, dass man mit Lingnano sowohl International Sign Language als auch die österreichische Gebärdensprache ganz leicht lernen kann, Schritt für Schritt. Ich habe das gleich ausprobiert und wir haben uns das zusammen dann angeschaut. Und was wirklich wunderbar ist, es lernt sich Schritt für Schritt ganz leicht. Und es gibt auch einen 2-monatigen Free Trial, sodass man sich in Ruhe erstmal anschauen kann, ob das was für eine ist. Warum fanden wir es so cool? Nun, es waren wirklich viele tolle Apps. Also es wurde ja viel darüber gesprochen, dass die Smartphones eine Brücke sein können, dass sie sehr, sehr viel Teilhabe und Partizipation ermöglichen können. Es war insbesondere viel die Rede und wirklich tolle Produkte von Apps für Smartphones, die Teilhabe von Menschen mit Behinderungen ermöglichen. Wir fanden an Lignano so cool, dass das etwas ist, was Menschen ohne Behinderung bzw. Menschen, die nicht gebärden können, aktiv tun können, um Teilhabe zu gewährleisten, weil wir hatten gesprochen, ja, wir können zwar schon so unser sehr, sehr basic, könnte man sagen, Gebärden, aber wirklich einen ganzen Satz oder längere Konversationen nicht führen. Und das ist eigentlich ein cooles, niederschwelliges Tool, das man nutzen kann, um diese Barrieren abzubauen und Kommunikationsbrücken dafür aufzubauen.
Genau, weil es sehr oft in Situationen natürlich so ist, dass wenn man als nicht gebärdensprachkompetente Person in Runden kommt, wo auch gehörlose und gebärdensprachkompetente Personen sind, dass man manchmal das Gefühl hat, man möchte jetzt gern sich ausdrücken und man hat eigentlich keine Möglichkeiten. Und das ist auch etwas, was die hörende Seite der Gesellschaft machen kann, nämlich ein paar Basics sich anzueignen, um zumindest sich vorzustellen bei Personen, weil oft geht es ja auch darum, nur eine Brücke zu schlagen und eine Kommunikation zu beginnen. Und das hat uns auch sehr gefallen. In dem Zusammenhang war dann auch ein Thema bei der Eröffnungsveranstaltung noch der Choir, der White Hands Choir von Nippon. Den möchte man nochmal erwähnen, weil es eine sehr auch stimmige Abschlusssituation dann auch erzeugt hat im Plenarsaal. Der sehr große Chor aus Japan, der gekommen ist und uns Lieder dargeboten hat in Gebärdensprache und in Lautsprache. Das war sehr, sehr, auch bewegend und ich habe auch gesehen, dass sehr viele Personen auch berührt waren von dieser Darbietung und es war einfach eine sehr schöne Abschlusspunktation dann auch im Hinblick darauf, dass dann auch die Zero Project Hymne gesungen wurde, eben in Gebärdensprache und in Lautsprache. Und das ist eben ein inklusiver Chor von jungen Menschen mit Behinderungen, mit unterschiedlichen Behinderungen. Und das war einfach sehr schön und das hat mir sehr gefallen. Vielleicht gibt es noch eine Veranstaltungsankündigung.
Genau, denn soweit ich informiert bin, wird dieser Choir ja heute auch nochmal hier bei den Headquarter der Vereinten Nationen in Wien unten in der berühmten Rotunde, also dort, wo die ganzen Fahnen der Mitgliedstaaten fliegen sozusagen, noch einmal eine Performance darbieten, auf die wir uns schon richtig freuen heute, ja, weil wir waren so bewegt danach und auch diese Bilder, wir haben darüber gesprochen, welche Bilder sind uns am stärksten denn von dem ersten Tag von der Eröffnung im Parlament in Erinnerung geblieben und das waren diese vielen Kinder und Jugendlichen mit einer Darbietung, die wirklich sehr, sehr nachhaltig beeindruckend war. Hm?
Vor allen Dingen auch wieder ein inklusiver Chor, wo klar ist, dass es in unterschiedlichen Bereichen Inklusion gibt. Also dass es einerseits Gebärdensprache gibt, die bei diesem Chor angewendet wird, wo man vielleicht zu Beginn sich denkt, naja, aber wie geht das, ein Chor? Ein Chor, der singt, wo gehörlose Personen dabei sind und es war einfach auch so ein bisschen außerhalb der Box zu sehen, dass eben dieser Chor mit unterschiedlichen Personen, mit unterschiedlichen auch Behinderungen sehr, sehr eindrücklich hier sehr schöne Musik dargeboten hat.
Und einfach mit einem unglaublich ästhetischen, künstlerischen Level. Es war wirklich wunderschön anzuschauen, dabei zu sein. Es war auch die schöne Brücke zu Beethoven, zu Wien gesetzt von den japanischen KollegInnen und das war wirklich ein großartiger Start und wir freuen uns, dass wir heute auch nochmal dran teilhaben dürfen an diesem wunderschönen Choir. Aber zurück zu einem Thema, das wir jetzt auch schon angesprochen haben und darum ging es gestern auch schon ein bisschen und zwar bei einem ganz bestimmten Panel und das Panel, muss man sagen, das hat sich ausgezeichnet dadurch, dass auch durchaus ein bisschen, man würde wahrscheinlich sagen, spicy war im Vergleich zu anderen Panels. Und bei dem Panel ging es jetzt nicht so sehr um das allgemeine Thema der Konferenz, also ICT und inklusive Bildung, sondern da ging es um how to put the disability narrative on screen. Also wie kann man denn Behinderung im Kontext von Filmen beziehungsweise auf dem Bildschirm gut darstellen und damit Diskussionen eröffnen. Viele tolle Panelistinnen, uns ist besonders in Erinnerung geblieben dabei Julia Knoll. Julia Knoll, Schauspielerin, sowohl im Theater als auch im Film. Und Julia hat eine, so denken wir, sehr, sehr wichtiges Themenfeld aufgemacht, beziehungsweise eine sehr, sehr wichtige Frage danach gestellt, wie es denn dazu kommt, dass in der Regel überwiegend Menschen ohne Behinderung von der Porträtierung von Menschen mit Behinderung in Filmen und in Serien profitieren. Beziehungsweise wer denn eigentlich was über wen wie spricht. Und das hat für sehr, sehr viel Diskussionsstoff gesorgt. Zum einen, weil Juria, denke ich, sehr, sehr klar auch ausgewiesen hat, also das sind ja nach wie vor noch, wir haben in verschiedenen Kontexten darüber schon gesprochen, dass auch in verschiedenen medialen Präsentationsformen überwiegend Behinderung als Tragedy, als Tragödie dargestellt wird oder als ein sogenanntes Sad Narrative, also eine Narration, eine Erzählung von einem armen, von einem traurigen Leben und so weiter. Und Julia Knoll hat dann sehr, sehr deutlich gesagt, dass eigentlich Filme und Produktionen von Menschen mit Behinderung, dass die eigentlich wesentlich tiefer gehen, dass die eigentlich eine viel vielfältigere und tiefere Herangehensweise an die Porträtierung von Behinderung ist, als dieser Sad- oder Tragedy-Narrative. Und das fanden wir sehr, sehr stark auf den Punkt gebracht und sehr, sehr deutlich. Und das war ein sehr, sehr guter Kommentar. Da haben wir heute Morgen auch nochmal in der Vorbereitung drüber gesprochen von Julia. Sie hat gesagt, von diesen non-disabled persons, die immer wieder diesen Narrativ aufwärmen, der null empowernd ist, der null ermächtigend ist, der eher so ein ableist gaze, also der Nichtbehinderten von außen auf Behinderung ist, das ist eigentlich lazy Storytelling. Warum? Weil man einfach einen uralten Narrativ aus der Mottenkiste quasi wieder aufgreift und hier das x-te Mal auf die Leinwand bringt. Und in der Regel es auch so ist, dass Menschen mit Behinderung dauerhaft von diesen Produktionen nicht profitieren, beziehungsweise ja auch die Frage ist, wer denn wie in welcher Rolle dazu abgebildet wird.
Genau, also Sie können sich sicher erinnern, dass in den letzten Jahren bei den Oscar-Verleihungen immer wieder Filme ausgezeichnet worden sind, wo nicht behinderte DarstellerInnen Menschen mit Behinderungen dargestellt haben. Und man möchte fast ein wenig den Eindruck bekommen, dass dieses Leiden, das diese SchauspielerInnen da durchleben, sehr gerne mit einem Oscar ausgezeichnet wurde. Also ich möchte jetzt keine Details über die Filme sagen, aber Sie können das ja auch googeln, da gibt es auch sehr, sehr viel Diskussion dazu, dass gerade insbesondere Personen ohne Behinderungen hier Menschen mit Behinderungen dargestellt haben und nicht selten mit einem Oscar ausgezeichnet worden sind. Und diese Geschichten sind teilweise genau in diesem Narrativ auch drinnen, die Bewältigung des Lebens, des tragischen Lebens mit Behinderung, so eine Geschichte einer Person mit einer Behinderung. Und das ist halt für uns Menschen mit Behinderungen einfach fad. Ja? Und man möchte irgendwie so ein bisschen den Eindruck bekommen, dass es so eine großartige Leistung ist, wenn Menschen ohne Behinderungen so dieses Sad Life darstellen können. Und ich glaube, dass das gestern auch sehr gut rausgekommen ist bei dieser Panel-Diskussion, dass wir einfach sehr, sehr viel mehr zu erzählen haben als nur tragische Biografiebewältigung und dass es einfach auch darum geht, dass Menschen mit Behinderungen auch als SchauspielerInnen engagiert werden, wenn nicht das Topic immer die Behinderung auch ist, ja, sondern Menschen mit Behinderungen sind auch SchauspielerInnen und finden statt in Serien, in Filmen und es geht nicht immer nur darum, die Person der behinderten Person zu besetzen, ja, also und das ist das Einzige, was diese Person auszeichnet.
Genau, denn das hat Julia gestern auch nochmal sehr deutlich rausgearbeitet. Also sie ist Schauspielerin, ja, und es stellt sich schon leicht so ein Zugzwang ein, dass man dann als Schauspielerin mit Behinderung, mit einer Engführung auf die Behinderung gebucht wird. Und genau wie du gesagt hast, Christine, ja, also entweder gibt es diese Armutschgöln, salopp formuliert, Erzählungen oder dieser Tragedy-Narrative, oder es gibt halt die Superheroes. Ja, aber so in den medialen Darstellungen irgendwas dazwischen wo also entweder nicht in einer super tollen Art und Weise mit super Abilities die Behinderung ja anscheinend doch wieder wettgemacht werden muss und in die andere Richtung des Spektrums überdehnt wird. Und diesem Armutschgirl-Erzählung, was dazwischen ist, relativ selten und es ist auch relativ selten, wie gestern die Panelistinnen ja in Übereinstimmung festgestellt haben, dass Menschen mit Behinderung eben schauspielen einfach, ohne dass dabei auch gleichzeitig eine Rolle auszufüllen ist, in der es auch überwiegend um die Behinderung geht.
Genau, und dieses Overcoming the Disability oder Overcoming the Obstacles with the Disability ist einfach auch etwas, was sozusagen ganz, ganz stark zu unserem nächsten Thema auch führt, weil es nämlich nicht darum geht, dass Einzelpersonen Behinderung überwinden müssen, ja, sondern es geht darum, Rahmenbedingungen zu schaffen, die ein gleichberechtigtes Leben ermöglichen. Und das nächste Highlight, über das wir sprechen wollen in diesem Zusammenhang, ist ein Panel, wo wir sehr, sehr spannende Einblicke bekommen haben im Hinblick auf Disability Legislation, also wo es darum geht, wie gesetzliche Rahmenbedingungen ausgestaltet werden müssen, damit Menschen mit Behinderungen ein stinknormales, gleichberechtigtes Leben führen können. Und da gab es am Mittwoch ein Panel, wo die Projekte EU Access for All vorgestellt wurden und generell der Accessibility Act vorgestellt worden ist. Und das ist deshalb auch so wichtig, uns heute das zu betonen, weil der EU Accessibility Act, also in Österreich heißt es dann Barrierefreiheitsgesetz, das Gesetz sein wird, das tatsächlich in den nächsten Jahren das Antlitz auch der österreichischen Produkt-, Güter- und Dienstleistungslandschaft wahnsinnig verändern wird und wir uns einfach davon erwarten, dass es sehr, sehr große Sprünge gibt im Bereich der Zugänglichkeit, Barrierefreiheit, weil im Moment ist es tatsächlich so, dass wir sehr, sehr weit davon entfernt sind, dass Waren, Güter, Produkte und Dienstleistungen, Websites wirklich zugänglich sind. Und da muss man sagen, auch ein Dank unsererseits an die Zero Project Konferenz, auch diesem Thema so eine Bühne auch zu geben, weil ich glaube, diese Übersetzungsarbeit, die hier geleistet wird, im Hinblick darauf, wie groß auch dieses Gesetz sein wird in Zukunft für uns alle, das ist einfach sehr, sehr wichtig, das auch immer wieder zu betonen, was damit alles möglich sein wird.
Genau, und diese Übersetzungsarbeit, die fand ja in zahlreichen Sessions statt und die fand wirklich neben dem großen Rahmen auch mit Transfer-Workshops statt, wo man ExpertInnen zu dieser neuen Gesetzgebung ganz en Detail befragen konnte, was das bedeutet. Und auch wirklich dargelegt wurde, wir haben mit vielen Leuten hier auf den Gängen, das war ja auch ein sehr, sehr schönes Element übrigens, ein sehr, sehr bereicherndes Element dieser Konferenz, diese vielen Talks on the floor zwischendurch über Sachen. Wir haben mit sehr, sehr vielen Personen gesprochen, die auch gesagt haben, wir hatten diesen EU Accessibility Act überhaupt nicht so am Schirm und was das bedeutet. Und das ist wirklich ein großartiges Verdienst, auch dieser Konferenz hier einen so breiten Rahmen mit so tollen ExpertInnen dazu anzubieten, die das auf so vielen Ebenen hier verschiedenen Personen vermitteln und auch so zugänglich tun. Und in verschiedenen Sessions und man auf den Fluren nochmal nachfragen kann. Und das wirklich ein ermächtigendes Element ist im Rahmen von dieser Konferenz.
Genau, und vielleicht nochmal den Rahmen auch für die ZuseherInnen heute. Der EU Accessibility Act ist eine Rahmengesetzgebung, die klarlegt, dass Güter, Waren und Dienstleistungen barrierefrei anzubieten sind. Und in Österreich wird dieses Gesetz am 28. Juni 2025 in Kraft gesetzt, das heißt nächstes Jahr. Und jetzt laufen auch schon die Vorbereitungen dazu. Es wird quasi eine Überprüfung geben einer Behörde. Also das heißt, die Personen mit Behinderungen müssen nicht selber sagen, okay, ich kann dieses Produkt nicht kaufen, ich kann diese Webseite nicht erreichen, ich kann dieses oder jenes nicht konsumieren, sondern es wird eine Behörde geben, die jetzt gerade Kriterien auch erarbeitet zur Umsetzung dieser Überprüfung, wo klar ist, dass die dann eben für die Menschen mit Behinderungen auch diese Ahndung machen, ja, wo halt wirklich klar ist, die Verantwortung liegt eben nicht bei den Menschen mit Behinderungen, sich darum zu kümmern, dass etwas barrierefrei gemacht wird, sondern es gibt eine Behörde, die das dann übernimmt. Und das halte ich für geradezu revolutionär. Denn in Österreich haben wir ein Gleichstellungsgesetz, das Diskriminierung und Ausgrenzung ahndet, aber die Verantwortung, diese Diskriminierung sozusagen auch kundzutun, liegt wiederum bei den Menschen mit Behinderungen. Und das bedeutet, ich werde diskriminiert und muss mich dann auch noch darum kümmern, an einem Tisch zu sitzen mit den Personen oder Firmen oder Unternehmen, die mich diskriminiert haben, und um darüber zu verhandeln, ob diese Diskriminierung dann unterlassen wird oder nicht. Und ich habe auch keine Möglichkeit, wenn ich zu Gericht gehe, die Diskriminierung beseitigt zu bekommen oder dass es eine Unterlassung dafür gibt, weil das eben im Gesetz nicht vorgesehen ist. Das heißt, ich kann eine Diskriminierung ahnden lassen, muss mich aber an einen Tisch setzen und muss dann in weiterer Folge womöglich zu Gericht gehen. Und wenn die Diskriminierung dann von der Richterin festgestellt wird, dann kriege ich einen Schadenersatz. Und das ist tatsächlich jetzt auch mit dem Barrierefreiheitsgesetz eine neue Dimension, weil eben für mich jemand sich diese Güterwaren und Dienstleistungen ansieht und sagt, okay, das ist nicht okay und da muss man was machen.
Genau, und wir bleiben beim Thema Gesetze und Policies, und da möchten wir als nächstes Highlight thematisieren ein weiteres Forum, und dabei ging es ja um das Hauptthema der Konferenz heuer, und zwar um inklusive Bildung. Und das war das sogenannte Policy Making Forum on Inclusive Education. Und das hat uns sehr, sehr stark beeindruckt aus verschiedenen Gründen. Zum einen, weil es eine wunderschöne Zusammenschau war von dem, was in anderen europäischen Ländern zu inklusiver Bildung alles geschieht. Also es waren Best-Practice-Beispiele, zum Beispiel aus Spanien, die sehr, sehr deutlich gezeigt haben, was denn alles an wesentlichen Änderungen im Bereich der inklusiven Bildung möglich ist, wenn man es politisch umsetzen möchte. So wurde zu Spanien eine neue Policy vorgestellt, eine neue Gesetzgebung auch, und zwar zu einem neuen Curriculum. Und in diesem Curriculum ist ganz, ganz wesentlich das Prinzip des Universal Design for Learning. Also wie kann ich denn Lernen wirklich so gestalten, dass es individuell für alle LernerInnen, für alle SchülerInnen gut passt und nicht ein sogenannter One-Size-Fits-All-Approach ist, wie wir ihn ja auch heute noch in vielen Schulen als den dominanten Ansatz erleben. Und es ist interessanterweise so, dass bei dieser Gesetzgebung das nicht so ist, dass der so als schönes Wort, als Buzzword irgendwo drin steht, sondern dass sehr, sehr klar durchdeklariert ist, was das konkret für den Unterricht bedeutet. Und damit nicht genug. Wenn man inklusive Bildung richtig umsetzen will, das ist ja etwas, was man auch heutzutage sehr, sehr häufig beobachtet, auch hier in Österreich, dann ist das ja meistens mit der Erwartungshaltung verbunden, dass nichts kosten darf. Also es soll inklusive Bildung oder Inklusion auch generell möglichst zum Nulltarif geben. Und das fanden wir auch so bemerkenswert an dem Beispiel aus Spanien. Dort ist das nicht so, denn die Einführung dieser Policy, die wurde mit umfassenden Ressourcen ausgestattet, personellen Ressourcen für die Regelschulen, also ein ganz klarer Shift von Ressourcen, die davor im sonderschulischen System verortet waren, stärker rein in die Regelschulen. Und wir glauben, das ist genau das auch, was wir hier in Österreich brauchen. Und zum anderen, dass Ressourcen extra bereitgestellt werden für Schulen in Gegenden beziehungsweise Schulen, die ein Einzugsgebiet haben, in der sehr, sehr viel ökonomisch deprivilegierte Personen leben. Um darüber hier die Umsetzung eines Universal Design for Learning auch gut umsetzen zu können. Damit nicht aufgehört, und das fanden wir wirklich imposant, weil es auf allen Ebenen sehr, sehr viele Ressourcen in die Hand genommen werden, gut durchdacht, um Sachen umzusetzen. Denn womit die Policy einhergeht, ist auch mit einer umfassenden LehrerInnenbildung, damit alle auch wissen, worum es geht und auch niemand sagen kann, er oder sie habe nicht gewusst, worum es geht. Und wir denken, das ist ein Beispiel, von dem können wir hier in Österreich sehr, sehr viel lernen.
Total, also vor allen Dingen der universelle Ansatz, dass es eben nicht darum geht, in einem Bereich hier Veränderung und inklusive Praxis zu verankern, sondern das ist eine sehr umfassende Konzeption von eben Universal Design, und zwar nicht nur in Bezug auf das Angebot in den Schulen oder die flankierenden Maßnahmen oder Assistenz oder Begleitung, sondern dass auch klar ist, dass ein starker Fokus auf der Ausbildung der Lehrkräfte liegt, weil natürlich klar sein muss, dass die Lehrerinnen und Lehrer, die in den Schulklassen stehen, diese Schulklassen auch nur gut unterrichten können, wenn sie dementsprechend auch vorbereitet sind. Und vielleicht ein konkretes Beispiel aus Österreich, wo das so relevant wird. Es ist ja häufig so, dass beispielsweise bei Volksschulklassen die LehrerInnen, wenn es darum geht, ein Kind mit einer Behinderung aufzunehmen in die Schulklasse, sagen, ich bin nicht ausgebildet, ich kann das nicht, ich möchte das auch nicht machen, und deshalb wird das Kind dann auch nicht in dieser Volksschulklasse aufgenommen. Das heißt, die Kinder können dann gar nicht mit den Jahrgangskolleginnen aus der Gemeinde gemeinsam in die Schule gehen, weil die Lehrkraft sagt, ich kann das nicht und ich möchte das auch nicht versuchen, mir ist das zu unsicher. Und das ist dann der Grund, warum dann empfohlen wird, das Kind in einer Sonderschule zu beschulen. Und das halten wir einfach für eine Weichenstellung, die sehr weitreichende Folgen hat und wo eben man auch sagen muss, dass es hier auch darum geht, Lehrkräfte dementsprechend auch auszustatten und mit Werkzeugen auszustatten, dass jede Lehrkraft Basic Knowledge einfach auch hat, unabhängig davon, dass wir sehr, sehr wohl Expertinnen und Experten auch im Bereich der Lehrerinnen benötigen. Das ist jetzt sozusagen unabhängig. Es ist ein sowohl als auch Thema, genau.
Genau, und wo wir auch diskutiert hatten, was daran sehr, sehr förderlich ist, in Bezug auf ein weiteres Thema, das sich uns in Österreich stellt, das wir sehr, sehr häufig beobachten, mit solch einem Ansatz für ein Universal Design for Learning, das auch entsprechend begleitet wird, dass alle LehrerInnen Unterstützung dazu bekommen, sich dieses Wissen, diese Fähigkeiten anzueignen. Nun, damit denken wir, kann man auch sehr gut einem Phänomen begegnen, das wir auch sehr häufig in österreichischen sogenannten Integrationsklassen vorfinden, nämlich dort wird ja gearbeitet in Teams von 2 Pädagoginnen und dass die Teams gesplittet werden und dass die Sonderpädagogin, wie es im Feld häufig heißt, mit ihren SchülerInnen, womit meistens SchülerInnen mit der Zuschreibung sonderpädagogischer Förderbedarf gemeint sind, nun, dass diese Lehrerinnen ins sogenannte Integrationskammer, wie es manchmal heißt, absurderweise, beziehungsweise in den Teilungsraum gehen und hier eigentlich dem widersprechen, was wir uns unter inklusiver Bildung vorstellen, nämlich genau auch das, was mit Universal Design for Learning dargestellt wird, dass alle gemeinsam an einem Ort unterrichtet werden und hier diese Aufführung von einer Miniatursonderschule unter dem Dach der Regelschule, dass diese Aufführungen damit auch durchbrochen werden können und ganz klar ist, dass der Fokus ist, dass alle LehrerInnen gemeinsam, seien sie denn FachlehrerInnen, seien es KlassenlehrerInnen, seien es die sogenannten Sonderpädagoginnen, gemeinsam an einem Ziel arbeiten, und das ist ein guter gemeinsamer Unterricht, der gleichzeitig individuell ist und auf die Bedürfnisse von allen SchülerInnen abgestimmt ist.
Und es ist auch so ein bisschen ein österreichischer Treppenwitz, dass die Kinder, die dann extra ausgesondert mit der Integrationslehrerin wohin gehen, in ein Integrationskammerl gehen. Das ist sehr österreichisch.
Genau, aber auch wo wir bei der Lage von Österreich sind, um vielleicht auch den Bogen zurückzuspannen auf den ersten Teil, mit dem wir begonnen hatten, unsere Rückschau unserer persönlichen Highlights im Parlament. Es waren auch wirklich so viele tolle Innovationen dabei, wo wir denken, die in Österreich in der Zukunft auch, und das fanden wir auch großartig von der Konferenz, dass man hier quasi in Österreich auf dem Silbertablett hervorragende Lösungen, Innovationen serviert bekommt, die man auch sehr, sehr gut zur Gestaltung eines inklusiven Unterrichts einsetzen kann. Es gab eine Menge, man konnte sie fast gar nicht alle aufnehmen, aber eine Sache, die uns auch noch in Erinnerung geblieben ist eine Kollegin aus Australien, die ein Tool, einen Ansatz vorgestellt hat, Reach and Match von Mandy Lau, der bemerkenswerterweise, und das fanden wir auch eine ganz tolle Sache bei vielen Innovationen hier auf der Zero Project Conference, die sowohl in Australien funktionieren, als auch in vielen anderen Ländern der Welt. Warum? Weil sie relativ niederschwellig implementierbar sind, weil sie in der Regel nicht viel kosten und somit die Teilhabe von vielen SchülerInnen auf der ganzen Welt potenziell ermöglichen können.
Genau, und dieses Projekt ist eben darauf ausgelegt, barrierefreie Lernunterlagen zur Verfügung zu stellen und Lernmittel zur Verfügung zu stellen. Und das ist eben ein Tool, das inzwischen, glaube ich, 35.000 Kinder erreicht hat in 8 Ländern weltweit. Und wir finden das eine sehr spannende Geschichte deshalb, weil es wirklich sehr, sehr einfach umzusetzen wäre. Das sind eben Lernmittel, die mit akustischer und mit haptischer Ausstattung sind, wo eben Kinder mit und ohne Behinderungen gemeinsam benutzen können und damit auch spielen können und spielerisch gemeinsam lernen können. Und das hat uns eben sehr gefallen, weil klar ist, dass es eben nicht ein behindertengerechtes Lernmittel ist, sondern es ist einfach ein inklusives Lerntool, mit dem alle Kinder arbeiten können und mit dem alle Kinder zum Beispiel auch Kenntnisse über Braille erfahren. Ja.
Genau, das fanden wir ganz hervorragend, weil mit Blick auf viele Apps, auf viele Tools, die in Österreich gibt, die eher in starken sonderschulischen Kontexten entstanden sind, natürlich dienen die auch der Förderung von Fähigkeiten, aber die sind eben im Unterschied zu den vielen großartigen Modellen, die wir hier in den letzten Tagen auf der Zero Project Conference in Wien kennenlernen durften, die sind eben nicht darauf ausgerichtet, dass alle SchülerInnen gut daran teilhaben können, dass es quasi Bock macht, salopp formuliert, für alle SchülerInnen und für den gemeinsamen Unterricht allen Spaß macht. Wir denken, das ist ganz, ganz wegweisend, auch bei der Entwicklung neuerer Produkte und dass diese hier wirklich nach vorne zeigen und es großartig war in den letzten Tagen so viele dieser Modelle aus aller Welt. Ich denke zum Beispiel auch an verschiedene Robotics-Studios aus Kolumbien, die entsprechend angepasst wurden, sodass alle SchülerInnen hier Robotics gut miteinander lernen können.
Ja, wir sind jetzt am Ende angelangt unserer Highlight-Präsentation und dürfen uns bedanken fürs Zusehen, fürs Dabeisein und wir bedanken uns auch nochmal bei der Zero Project Konferenz auch für die spannenden Tage für uns. Dankeschön.
Herzlich willkommen zum Fireside Talk zum Thema Menschen mit Behinderungen und Selbstständigkeit. Mein Name ist Sonja Reingrabner, ich bin die Generalsekretärin der AED, der Association of Entrepreneurs with Disabilities. Mit mir darf ich heute begrüßen die Trude Schreibershofen anstelle von Hannes Hofer, der sich aus familiären Gründen entschuldigen muss, und die Marion Lampe. Die Trude Schreibershofen ist die Kommunikationschefin der MVG Monopolverwaltung und Trude, die Trafiken kennt man in Österreich, die sind Teil des Alltagsbildes. Aber was hat die Monopolverwaltung mit Trafiken zu tun?
Als erstes möchte ich sagen, dass ich mich sehr freue, dass ich heute da sein darf. Und es ist schade, dass der Hannes nicht da ist, aber ich werde probieren, ihn würdig zu vertreten.
Wir machen eine Frauen-Power-Runde heute.
Richtig. Die MVG, die Monopolverwaltung, ist in Österreich zuständig für das Tabakmonopol. Das heißt, sie managt, verwaltet das Tabakmonopol. Das heißt, wir sind seit 240 Jahren eigentlich dafür zuständig, Trafiken an Menschen mit Behinderungen zu vergeben. Es ist in Österreich so, dass Trafiken ausschließlich, frei werdende Standorte ausschließlich an Menschen mit einem Behinderungsgrad von mindestens 50% vergeben werden. Und wir sind die Trafiken ausschreiben, die Menschen begleiten. Das heißt, momentan ist es so, dass wir circa jeden 5. Tag einen Menschen mit Behinderungen auf seinem Weg in die Selbstständigkeit begleiten.
Wie wird denn dieser Behinderungsgrad festgestellt? Woran orientiert ihr euch da?
Das ist das Schöne, das hat mit uns überhaupt nichts zu tun. Das geht über das Sozialministerium-Service, das ist eine Feststellung dort und es ist aber Bedingung dafür, dass man sich für einen Standort bewerben kann.
Und wenn ich schon eine Trafik habe, kann ich mich dann auch noch weiter bewerben? Also
das geht,
an einen anderen Standort?
das ist überhaupt kein Problem. Also jeder Trafikant, der bei uns eine Konzession für eine Trafik bekommt, kann nach einer gewissen Zeit, das sind glaube ich 5 Jahre, sich intern um eine Aufstiegschance bewerben. Das heißt, man kann schauen, ob es eine Trafik gibt, die einem mehr entspricht, die mehr das Unternehmertum herausfordert. Das heißt, man beginnt einfach und kann das dann ausbauen auch. Und ich muss sagen, mittlerweile ist es so, dass es 1218 Menschen mit Behinderungen in Österreich eine Trafik als selbstständige Unternehmer führen. Ich kenne nicht alle, aber ich kenne viele und das sind sehr glückliche Menschen und die haben auch einen sehr verantwortungsvollen Job, denn sie sind dafür verantwortlich, die Jugendschutzbestimmungen einzuhalten und sie sind auch dafür verantwortlich, mit dem sensiblen Produkt Tabak verantwortungsvoll umzugehen.
Das klingt weltweit eigentlich einzigartig, zumindest ich kenne solche Systeme nicht.
Wir haben nachgeforscht, dieses System, dieses soziale Vergabemodell scheint wirklich einzigartig zu sein. Wir sind auch stolz darauf und wir können nur sagen, es sind jetzt 240 Jahre. Auf die Idee gekommen ist Kaiser Joseph II. Auf die Idee gekommen ist er, weil die Staatskasse leer war. Er hat damals das Tabakmonopol gegründet, also er hat das Tabakpatent quasi gegründet. Und es war so, dass er damals festgelegt hat, dass nur Kriegsinvaliden, Kriegerwitwen und verarmte Beamte Trafiken zugesprochen bekommen. Das hat sich dann 1979 um die Zivilinvaliden erweitert und hat dazu geführt, dass jetzt eben die Trafiken in Österreich das größte inklusive Unternehmerinnen-Netzwerk bilden. Und wir sind stolz darauf, dass das gelungen ist. Und man kann nur sagen, es ist eigentlich ein Vorzeigemodell, weil wem auch immer wir davon erzählen, die Leute sagen, sowas gibt es nicht, sowas sollte es öfter geben.
Ja, absolut. Und aus diesem Grund war die MVG auch das Vorbild und auch eines der Gründungsmitglieder der AED. Die AED ist vor 3 Jahren gegründet worden, die Zeit vergeht, es sind schon 3 Jahre, gegründet worden, um eben den Fokus auf Unternehmerinnen und Unternehmer mit Behinderungen zu legen, und zwar auf alle Branchen. Von den Trafiken als Vorbild auf alle Branchen erweitert. Die Marion ist seit kurzem unsere Präsidentin. Marion Lampe, du führst aber selbst auch eine Trafik in Wiener Neustadt. Das heißt, du kennst jetzt quasi beide Seiten, von denen wir hier sprechen. Erzähl ein bisschen, worum geht es in der AED? Was machen wir?
Ja, die AED, erstens einmal der Grundgedanke ist eben Menschen mit Behinderung die Möglichkeit zu bieten, in das Unternehmertum einzusteigen. Das große Vorbild ist eben die Monopolverwaltung und wie du schon gesagt hast, Sonja, ganz wichtig, wir haben das Augenmerk, dass wir auf alle Branchen eben uns erweitern wollen und Menschen unterstützen möchten, die egal in welcher Branche einsteigen wollen ins Unternehmertum. Ja, die Idee ist, wir sehen uns als zentrale Anlaufstelle für Menschen mit Behinderung. Wir bieten ein Netzwerk an, wo wir uns austauschen können, wo wir unsere Erfahrungen mitteilen, wo wir auch Probleme lösen können. In diesem Sinne installierten wir diesen AED am Abend. Da treffen wir uns entweder online oder auch teilweise präsent und können uns austauschen. Wir können unsere Erfolge miteinander teilen. Wir können auch Probleme, aktuelle Anliegen können wir besprechen und das ist schon sehr viel wert. Weiters haben wir dann AED im Gespräch. Hier geben wir Menschen, die sich interessieren, als Unternehmer zu starten, den Mut. Wir haben dort immer wieder interessante Persönlichkeiten, Unternehmer, die eben mit einer Behinderung gestartet sind ins Unternehmertum, die erzählen, welche Hindernisse sie überwinden mussten, auch welche Erfolge sie hatten und vor allem diesen Mut zu geben, durchzuhalten. Bitte durchzuhalten, egal was ist. Es ist immer wieder jemand da, der einen unterstützt, der einen hilft dabei, das durchzuführen, das ein jeder für sich will. Weiters haben wir Kontakt zu Politikern. Wir haben auch zu relevanten Organisationen, wo wir unsere Anliegen vorbringen, wo wir ganz einfach auch einfordern, dass wir hier Lösungen finden, dass wir Menschen mit Behinderung ins Unternehmertum gehen können und auch die Gleichberechtigung. Wir sind gleich. Mit oder ohne Behinderung, wir sind alle gleich und wir haben die gleichen Möglichkeiten und das fordern wir auch von der Politik ein.
Auf das wird vielfach vergessen, auf einfach diese Möglichkeit, dass das Unternehmertum für Menschen mit Behinderungen ja auch eine Auswahlmöglichkeit ist, eine Selbstverständlichkeit sein sollte. Jetzt hat die ARD ihre Zielgruppe aber erweitert im Vorjahr. Wie kam es dazu?
Ja, wir haben natürlich im Zuge unserer Arbeit haben wir gesehen, dass wir Menschen unterstützen möchten, beziehungsweise dass wir Anfragen hatten von Menschen, die in einer Neuorientierungsphase sind und haben uns dann überlegt, was können wir machen, wollen natürlich auch diesen Menschen die Möglichkeit geben und unsere Unterstützung anbieten, haben ein Schulungsprogramm entwickelt, selbstständig. Entschuldigung.
Also selbstverständlich, selbstständig.
Sehr selbstständig. Und greifen dort bereits im Entwicklungsprozess mit ein. Das heißt, wir unterstützen Menschen, die Interesse haben an dem Unternehmertum, welche Hindernisse kommen auf mich zu, was brauche ich vor allem dafür, welche gesetzlichen Grundlagen sind notwendig, hier durchzustarten. Wir haben das Glück, dass wir von Licht ins Dunkeln finanziert sind mit diesem Projekt und damit auch keine Vorgaben für einen Grad der Behinderung, was ich jetzt einmal sehr, sehr wichtig empfinde, weil eben alle Menschen gleich sind und wir wollen es jetzt nicht unbedingt auf irgendeiner Zahl festbinden.
Genau, da gibt es keine Vorgaben, keine Prozente, die wir einhalten müssen.
Und das ist ganz einfach sehr, sehr wichtig und bei uns können sich die Menschen wirklich einmal anschauen, bin ich geeignet dafür? Ist es genau, was ich mir vorstelle als Unternehmer? Beziehungsweise ist es genauso okay, wenn man sagt, na, ich gehe doch lieber wirklich jetzt in die andere Richtung.
In die andere Richtung zurück, genau. Und diese Schulung soll auch eine Orientierung bieten und wir haben uns überlegt dann, mit Abschluss dieser Schulung soll dann auch so eine Weiterorientierung möglich sein. Was möchte ich denn beruflich machen? Und da haben wir mit dir zum Beispiel mit der Monopolverwaltung, mit den Trafiken die Möglichkeit, so Schnupperpraxistage, wo man sich einfach anschauen kann, wie tue ich mich denn in dem Unternehmen, wie taugt mir da die Umgebung, wenn ich jetzt angestellt war, ist denn diese Selbstständigkeit überhaupt ein Thema für mich? Passe ich da überhaupt rein?
Das funktioniert ja auch bei der Monopolverwaltung, weil bevor man die Trafik übernimmt, muss man eine Art Schulung machen, eine Trafikakademie, wo man mal die Grundlagen lernt, muss aber auch einmal Schnuppertage machen, Praxistage machen, weil Selbstständigkeit, und das sagen uns die Trafikanten auch wieder, hat natürlich seine Tücken. Ich habe Mitarbeiter plötzlich, ich habe Krankenstände, ich habe Urlaube. All das sind Dinge, mit denen man wie jeder Selbstständige einfach erst einmal dazu kommen muss.
Ja, absolut. Das kommt viel auf einem zu. Wir haben aktuell einen Kurs laufen und mit den Teilnehmern, die schon großteils wissen, also sagen wir so zu 90% schon wissen, dass sie selbstständig werden. Aber es war interessant auch zu sehen, was denn alles noch zu berücksichtigen ist. Ob das jetzt ist, die Buchhaltung, jeden Zettel, alles aufzuheben, so Kleinigkeiten, so wie du sagst, rein schon Umsatz, Ertrag und Gewinn, die Begriffsdefinitionen. Also es war ein interessanter erster Kurs. Wir starten im Mai, im Oktober, ich darf jetzt ein bisschen Eigenwerbung machen an der Stelle, mit 9 Kursen. Ob präsent oder online, entscheidet sich mit dem Grad der Anmeldungen. Die Marion ist ja ausgebildeter Wirtschaftscoach und war aus dem Grund ganz intensiv bei der Vorbereitung dabei von diesem Kurs, der auch laufend weiterentwickelt wird mit den Inputs, die wir bekommen. Und ja, ich darf abschließend, also ich darf mich bedanken bei euch. Danke, Trude, dass du eingesprungen bist für den Hannes. Marion, danke, dass du da bist. Ich darf noch Informationen übermitteln, die auf www.mvg.at steht alles Wissenswertes. Alles, was die Monopolverwaltung zu kommunizieren hat, steht dort drauf. Ob es neue Trafiken gibt, wie viele Trafiken, wo die Trafiken sind. Und wir haben auf aed-austria.org auch alles Wissenswertes drauf. Wir halten es laufend, auf dem Laufenden über Schulungen, also einfach reinschauen, wenn Sie Interesse haben. Auch unsere Kontaktmöglichkeiten sind drauf und bei Fragen stehen wir gern zur Verfügung. Dann bedanke ich mich und wünsche allen einen schönen Tag. Danke.
Danke. Dankeschön.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our Fireside chat about managing talent pipelines for people with disabilities in the mainly German-speaking area. My name is Wolfgang Kovac, and I'm the co-founder of myAbility, a social business located in Vienna with a team of 50 people. I'm very happy that I have great guests today that I'm asking briefly to introduce themselves. First, dear Susan, I hand over to you.
I'm Susan Scott Parker, and I'm an advisor to the ILO's Global Business Disability Network and to Valuable 500.
And Michael, I'm handing you the microphone.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. It's amazing to be here. My name is Michael Sakal. I am a talent manager and human resources manager at myAbility Social Enterprise.
Fantastic. I'm very much looking forward to talking to you today. Susan, I may start with you. On Wednesday, we had a great talk already about talent pipelines in general and how relevant and important they are and will be in the future for people with disabilities. Could you bring in some of the outcomes of that great talk?
Well, I think we clarified the difference between trying to help individuals with disabilities to find jobs one at a time when they're competing with so many other people and they're not known to the employer, to talent pipeline management, which means that the employers meet those individuals while they're in training at university, through internships, through mentoring, so that actually they have a pool of disabled talent that are already known to the business. And actually, you've got disabled talent who've had a chance to consider, because they've met the individuals from the companies, whether or not they do want to work for that bank or that retailer or that gas company. So it's a much more effective way of bringing a stream of people with disabilities into employment and careers, rather than the old-fashioned way, which is one person at one time trying to find the right employer with the right vacancy at the right moment.
Okay, thank you. Before I hand over to you, Michael, I want to say one or two words about how we with myAbility try to contribute to that. What we do mainly in the German-speaking area, as I said before, we try to support organizations to become more disability confident, inclusive, and accessible. We have been working on 4 streams. Just very briefly, the first stream is consultancy. So we are building up know-how on a strategic level, also in terms of accessibility, and mainly more and more important also how to measure measurements of inclusion and ERG. The second stream is trainings and awareness building. We are running every day in the average, every day of the year, one training, mainly digitally, but also with our e-learning platform to build up know-how and the awareness. And the third very important stream is we also run business networks where we create spaces for organizations to exchange experience, to exchange learnings and to learn from each other. We're running the National Business Disability Network in Austria, in the near future also in Switzerland. And the last stream, and that's a bit the focus topic of today, can be called talent. And there we do 2 things. The first thing is, and this is a project I've been working on for more than 15 years already, is our talent and career platform called myability.jobs. And the really important thing today I want to stress is what we do not do with that platform is to incentivize individual job postings that should be covered short term. Of course, we also do it, and we are ready to support, but I think it's much more useful and of value to think in time and to think in presence and in audience. So what we do there is we offer half a year, 1 year, maybe several years of presence on our platform, and we share ideally all the job offerings of the companies, or at least parts of them. What we also do is we have a profile space for companies where they can talk about disability inclusion, where the CEO can say what he thinks about it, where there's contact persons, where there's videos and all of that. And this should create space for getting to know each other, and maybe even building up trust, confidence, authenticity. This is very important also in the aspect of proactively building up the conversation and the interaction with job seekers. And the second part of this talent area we are working on is our talent programs. We've been running, I think, between 20 or 25 programs so far in Vienna, Zurich, and 2 of them per year in Germany. And the idea there is exactly what you brought in before, Susan, to not think of job coverage short-term, one person for one job, but we try to open up the stage for getting to know each other in a structured way, which is companies meet not only one talent, but many talents, and they start talking. And later on, when there is the openings and when there is the jobs that are relevant, then there's already a pipeline, such to say, and it's much easier to hire. Before I say more or too much, I already talked a lot. I hand over to you, Michael. You have been working with many, like several hundred talents. You have supported many companies, and that's the even best thing, you were a talent yourself many years ago. So what's your opinion on that, and what's your personal experience with the idea of proactive hiring and building up a pipeline versus short-term coverage?
Yeah, thank you very much, Wolfgang. So with a working pipeline, for example, the talent program. Talent program is networking and connecting people living with disabilities, students, academics from all fields of the economy, with inclusive companies. And a lot of, it's like 40 to 50 companies every year from the valuable 500. And with a working pipeline where we are connecting them, where we are consulting, coaching, and training both sides, what we can do, or what the program can do, and what the companies can do, is fill knowledge gaps of the students, who want to work in jobs like in the near future. And not only that, and especially on the disability recruiting, the communication I think is key, and what can work to make this strong relationship for future hiring.
Just a little question adding to that. How did it feel to you as a talent? Did you feel yourself part of a pipeline, or how was that in real life?
Yes, so I said I'm a human resources manager, but I was a former musical actor, so what I had to do was get to know economy, get to know everything. And 4 years ago, I went into the talent program as a talent in human resources, and I had the opportunity to meet companies in job shadowings, where I was at the office and get to know people from the human resources, but also fill my knowledge gap, learn everything I could about the company. I take, for example, Microsoft Austria. I had an internship there. I learned all the structures the company has. And actually, after the 6 months, back in 2021, I could work for Microsoft. And I was the human resources manager I am today. But the actual part that was the biggest learning for me as I'm living with a chronic illness was that I learned to communicate what I need. And in the end, we were not talking about disability. We were talking about what I can bring on the table in the end as a human resources.
That's great. Thank you for your openness. Susan, how does this resonate with you? And can you bring in other examples?
Well, everywhere we go, we see examples of employers getting it right when they learn directly from people with disabilities. And the best way to do that, of course, is to actually, if you're looking at talent acquisition, is to learn from disabled talent. So we've got examples, say, in Nairobi, where Safaricom has offered internships to 36 graduates of a local digital training program. Paid internships. The business learns, becomes much more confident about disability, and the job seekers become much more business confident as they can imagine themselves actually working in Safaricom. There are so many examples of this, and it's only logical. We should by now, as a disability sector and all the funders, have learned from the research that learning how to do a job in an institution over there is not nearly as effective if the aim is employment and careers as learning it on the job inside the company, inside the public sector employer.
I can also confirm that when we talk about the talent programs altogether, I'm noticing that the dropout rate is very low, even if companies do not hire on spot. So it's more difficult for us to say no. There is no more spots left for employers than to run the program itself. So it also shows that we might be on the right track, and we should support similar initiatives additionally.
I'd just like to add to that actually the research is showing that recruiters are having to think differently. So it's not that we're just suggesting talent pipeline management just for people with disabilities. These employers have noticed, and the Gartner research proves it, that between 30 and 34% of new hires leave within 90 days. So they've got the turnover because they haven't managed a pipeline to ensure that the people they're hiring actually want to work in that company, and that the company has the right information about the individual to do the match. So what we're trying to do is to leverage this interest across the HR and hiring community to say you're learning that you reduce the churn and the costs associated with getting it wrong when you develop talent pipelines that give you access to a pool of individuals. You know, they know you, and you're much more likely to see them still there a year later.
Thank you. Michael, the last question for you is, can you tell us some stories? First, what were the expectations, fears, hopes of talents taking part, or what is relevant that it is successful for them? And on the other hand, can you give us some examples of how companies managed it successfully to build up this pipeline and at the later point hire people?
Absolutely. So when talking about success in the companies, every year, like for example, Mondi in Austria is giving away tens of job shadowings where the talents, academic students, can shadow every aspect that they are a professional in. Or Takeda, PwC, and Microsoft is handing over yearly at least 10 internships. Or, for example, it was also L'Oreal in Germany and PwC in Austria who are working together with the talents to improve their inclusion strategy, but also hiring them from the spot, from the pipeline. And when I talk about what are the fears of people living with disabilities, having access to to applying, to the application process, and also what I can think of, what both sides really want is a strong partner and someone who they can rely on for a longer period of time. Building this strong relationship long term is what I learned from the coachings is the biggest part. So when we are talking about disability recruiting and the pipeline or proactive talent program, that they want to fill positions even if they are not vacant for the future, and in the end have the workspace that they need, and in the end not talk about disability on the workspace, just be the professional that they are. And what makes me most happy about such a pipeline is for the future, if we are having, like, let's say 150 talents every year, and next year those talents become employees in the program, in the companies, and then they sit on the other side and hiring new talents. This is what makes me happy.
It's the most beautiful, happy end, right? I'm taking quickly two messages here, and I hope you agree. One is, when you build up a talent pipeline, you do not only successfully hire people in the future, but also learn a lot. Yeah. And the second is, it builds strong relationships also in your case, because you're still very close to Microsoft. So it's kind of various levels that are very valuable, not only the result, which is recruiting. Susan, may you close our Fireside chat with final remarks and maybe a call to action?
Final remarks in 2 minutes, or whatever we have left. I think this trend towards talent pipeline management, enabling disabled people into work, is driven by the insight that actually the employer is the most important customer of any organization that's serious about economic empowerment, because only the employer has the power to say, yes, I will hire, yes, I will keep. And yet the system systematically does not fund most employment-related programs or training programs to meet the needs of the employer. So the breakthrough for me is it will be reinforced by funders saying to training programs, you must think bringing those employers in so they meet your students while they're in training, pipeline. You must be funded so that you can build relationships with the companies in the way that Michael's describing, so that they trust you to be there, because they've never actually had a blind intern before. They've never had a hearing impaired intern before. They're anxious that they don't know what to do or how to do it. But they need to trust the intermediary to actually support both the manager and the individual. And we need to start measuring training programs not by the numbers that are trained, but by the numbers that actually get into pipelines, paid internships, and then jobs. And so that means we need funders to attach different conditions to their expectations of what a quality training program looks like. And we need to acknowledge that the gap between the disability sector and the private sector is a problem. The gap is a problem. And that the disability sector, by which I mean OPTs and the NGOs, everyone who wants to help disabled people get a proper place in a proper job, has to take on the responsibility to actually become more business confident. You need to understand the needs and reality of the people you want to say yes.
Fantastic.
Is that okay?
Final remarks. I'm very sad that we need to stop here. The time is over, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
we're ready. Hello and welcome live from the Zero Project Conference 2024 at the Vienna International Center. My name is Anna. I'm the Director for Business Partnerships and Operations within the Zero Project team. Today I'm here in a slightly different role. I'm organizing and coordinating all the young voices here at the ZeroCon, and I'm extremely happy to finish today our mini-series of fireside chats of young voices. I'm very happy that Gavin is here today with me. I will start, Gavin, with a short introduction, and then we will dive right away into our interview. So, some points about Gavin. Gavin is a young para-athlete from Scotland. He's a double world champion in the para-athletics discipline of frame running. This is really extremely impressive, Gavin. And he's also currently studying for an honors degree through the Open Universities, specializing in politics and international relations. And you're also working part-time as a project officer for World Ability Sports. So we have already understood, Gavin, that you really have a lot of different talents, and you're quite a busy man. So let's start with our first question. So Gavin, what were your experiences at school, and what were some of the challenges that you faced?
Throughout my junior and senior education, I attended mainstream schools. In my year, I was the only student with a physical disability, so I was determined not to be treated any differently from my peers. This included not being left behind. I wanted to participate in everything and, most importantly, have the same opportunities. For the majority, I did. The support I received from my schools was brilliant, and they were very supportive of me and my goals. However, as I progressed in school and started my exams, it became clear I would face significant challenges. Because I did not fit nicely into the national exam system, as I cannot physically speak or write clearly. I had to do all my exams digitally or use an assistant to help me with mathematical and scientific drawing. Initially, I was up for the challenge of doing my exams, but I soon realized barriers were preventing me from reaching my full potential at school. Most of my exams ended up being over 7 hours long, and I sometimes would have 3 exams in 1 week. It got to the point where my school put a bed in my exam room because I was getting so exhausted. I know I could have done better with my exams in a different environment with less stress. In my final year, they did allow me to be awarded grades based on assignments rather than exams. Otherwise, my exams would have overlapped. I would like to see this solution being used more often for people in a similar situation to me, not just to address a logistical problem. My school did everything they could to make the situation easier for me. A lot of the time, I was offered options to how to approach my exams, and I felt very much involved in the decision making, but the reality was they had to work within a very rigid system, a system that was not prepared for my outside of the box ideas, such as condensed papers and being assessed in a more practical way. Even if they weren't possible, I was told the conversation could not be opened up to think about solutions that addressed the challenges I faced. My whole exam experience left me with low confidence and a feeling that my opportunities had been limited due to my extra challenges.
Thanks a lot, Gavin, for all this information. And so my second question is more about your sports career. So how has your sporting experience helped you in your educational journey?
This is an interesting question because when I was younger, I wouldn't have considered being involved in sports actually playing a part in my education. It was always something I have mostly done outside of school. Growing up, to me, frame running was just a fun activity that helped keep me active and enabled me to participate in competitions. It is only when I have gotten older I have realized my experiences in sport have had a massive influence in my education.
Could you put the volume a little bit
just a small technical issue. We're solving it immediately.
I first got involved with frame running when I was 5
Thank
years
you,
old
Gavin.
and started competing at the age of 9, so I have grown up with it in my life. I consider myself very fortunate because finding a passion at a young age has changed the course of my life. It has helped me to focus on what is possible rather than the challenges or limitations I encountered in other aspects of my life. Frame running is one of very few sporting activities I can do independently, so I love the freedom and adaptability it provides me. I wouldn't have the chance to run otherwise. In addition, it has given me the opportunity to achieve things I never thought possible and build friendships from all over the world in an understanding environment. The latter has been really important for me socially. Being the only one in my situation at school was very isolating, but I knew through sport. I had found this whole community which I could relate to and share experiences with. Being involved in sports has opened so many doors for me, beyond my training and competitions. For example, I wouldn't be here today sharing my experiences if it wasn't for the communication skills I have developed through my ambassador work for frame running. It has also shown me what a person-centered approach looks like, where my needs can be met. I have been able to take those lessons with me as I have entered further education. I will use another example here. When I was younger, I used to think I would study at a physical university after finishing school and complete my degree in 4 years because it seemed to be the natural path if you wanted to go to university. It's now been almost 5 years since I left school, and I'm still studying for my degree through online study. I still have 1.5 years to go before I graduate. If I had not had my experiences in sports, I think I would have found this situation very difficult because I would have been still holding on to the idea I could not fall behind my peers. However, sport has taught me you can still reach the same destination as you imagined, and you can create your own path. Taking this approach in further education has afforded me more opportunities and given me more balance between interests alongside my training and studying. I work part-time for World Ability Sport, which is an international disability sports organisation. I wouldn't have had this opportunity to go into employment and start work if I'd been studying full-time at a physical university.
Thanks a lot for sharing all this personal experience that you had, Gavin. So you talked about this person-centered approach in your last answer. So how important is person-centered environment in education for you?
I think they are very important. Yeah. I believe a good person-centered environment that meets the needs of students has the ability to unlock their potential. Students are also much more likely to enjoy learning if they feel understood rather than making them fit into a system which is not capable of adapting. I really hope we can continue to make our schools and exam systems, whatever they are set up, as accessible as possible for disabled people. I am aware I represent only one experience, and I know everybody will have a different experience. So it is imperative that we listen to all experiences to figure out what works well and what needs improving.
That's exactly also what the Zero Project would like to achieve. So, Gavin, finally, as a person with lived experience, what advice do you have for people who are creating person-centered environments?
By wanting to create a person-centered environment, you already have a great starting point. Recognizing the difference that they can make to an individual's education experience as opposed to a one-size-fits-all approach is really important. Hopefully this Fireside chat has reinforced this message and how positive impact can also come from outside the formal education environment. In my case, it came from my sport. My main pieces of advice would be to take the time to understand the needs of your students, to learn the type of environment that is most appropriate for them. Then you can work out what is possible within your system and what may need to change. Systems are unlikely to change overnight, but they never will if we don't challenge thinking. A final piece of advice I would give is don't be afraid to be creative with solutions.
Yeah.
What might at first look an unlikely solution might be just what is required. Doing this Fireside chat has been a brilliant experience. I have loved attending the conference, and this has topped it all. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Gavin, for sharing your story, for giving us all this very valuable advice. And I think we will continue this conversation, but unfortunately, as usual, all these interviews, the time is always too little. And thanks a lot for coming to the conference. Thanks a lot for having been part of the Young Voices. You did a great job here on stage, and I hope we will see you around very soon again. Thanks a lot to the audience here in the room, but also thanks a lot to our online viewers. Stay tuned. There are other Fireside Chats coming up, and I hope you're all enjoying the Zero Project Conference 2024. And I say hello and goodbye to everyone, and goodbye. Have a nice day. Ciao.
Good morning. I'm Tom Butcher of the Zero Project, and I am here today with Shanti Raghavan, founder and today representative of one of Zero Project's important partners, Enable India. Today we're going to discuss unlocking the purple economy through digital public infrastructure. So, Shanti, the first question, which I'm going to fire at you.
Oh my God.
I know, I'm terribly sorry about that. As you kind of a Brit who goes shooting. Shanti,
Yes.
could you please share some of your insights regarding healthcare, which can inform our future actions in the disability sector?
Thank you so much, Tom. Great to be here. I think something that has been plaguing the disability sector has been, you look at the amazing innovations here going on at Zero Project. You're seeing the best of the best. The question I think we all are asking is, why is it that not in every street, every place, do people get access to everything? A person with disability, their family. Why is that not happening? There is a lack of abundance. There is something missing, So I don't know for what reason I went back in time and started looking at the healthcare sector, and I didn't do some great research, but I really kind of went a little bit into depth of that. And what I saw was that there's a parallel to disability. First of all, sickness was disabling before, right? I mean, Tesla, he died at 40 or whatever, right? So in the 1500s or something, or in the Dark Ages, I think, in the Dark Ages, you would go to your priest if you were unwell because you were cursed.
Yeah.
There's a parallel to that in the disability sector also, if you think about it. Cut to later, there were some medicines that got produced before the 1800s. There were some doctors. At least they started getting produced, as I'm saying it. There were a couple of hospitals also created, but you did not have a healthcare system till the 1800s. Yeah. That means doesn't that sound a little bit like disability? You have amazing pockets of innovation, but it's not reaching everybody. So what happened after the 1800s? And it would be good to know why. I don't know the reason, but I would suspect that somewhere people must have thought that, oh, that person is a patient. To enable them, poor thing. You're not thinking of them as a consumer. Enabling them does not look like something that you can make money off. Yep. And money is not important. I think it's more to do with, but it is important because businesses run from that. So from the 1800s, you had doctors. Female doctors came for the first time into existence. You have now the pharmaceutical companies, the healthcare, the entire hospitals. I mean, you have a healthcare system. So the question here is, what we need to learn is, what will it take for us to make disability systems exactly like healthcare all over the world? Right? Yeah. Can a mother has a child with disability? The doctor's like, oh yeah, just go there, early intervention. It's not even a matter of knowing what to do. Everybody in the world faces a challenge today. Like, what do I do if? Yeah. What do I do for education? What do I do if I want to do sports as a person on a wheelchair? Yeah. Everything seems to be not known. So the healthcare systems tells us that so disability is poised where the healthcare system was 1800 years, in 1800, 300 years back. Yeah. We don't need to wait 300 years, Tom. Yeah. I think we can actually accelerate that. And that's where the word purple economy came to us. Yeah. UN calls it care economy, but purple is the color for disability. So we've got to make purple economy ours, Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. And to go, just to take one thing from that, the whole reason why one of the reasons why we set up the Zero Project is why reinvent the wheel? Exactly. It has been invented, as you say, in the healthcare system.
Exactly, exactly.
So let's move on to the next one, which is, could you please tell us a little about the purple economy? Because I'm sure there are a lot of people out there who really don't know much about it or the kind of some of the nuances, and also any new insights you may have, of which I'm sure there are many.
Yes, exactly. I'll just take a couple, because the last time when Deepesh, my husband and the CMD of Enable India, he's sitting there in the audience, hey, when he was there, he actually talked about how, for us, we feel purple economy started in the 16th century. That's what we believe, okay? Yeah. And by the way, it's a word we came up with, but that's not the point. It's more about the concept. So in the 13th century, eyeglasses, lenses were already invented, but it did not reach the masses. It was only with the rich people. Just see the parallel, right? You don't think of it as an industry. And after the 16th, 17th century, the eyewear industry started, it started. And because of that, both of us actually, don't look supposedly persons like a disabled person, whereas you and I would have been considered blind in the 13th century, right? So this has lifted us out, and we are able to be the best potential that we can be, And today the eyewear industry is $147 billion industry.
I didn't realize it was that big.
It's a lot of zeros. And that means there are that many jobs being created for people without disability, with disability. I mean, every citizen, right, in the eyewear industry. So purple economy is much larger than the eyewear, obviously, right? You saw what I've talked about. Just the enablement of a person with disability, there are, according to me, just in India, at least 100 million jobs waiting to be unlocked, And this is for the enablement of the person with disability. Now, as the enablement happens, even without that, everyday persons with disability and their family are buying clothes, so adaptive clothes, or you're eating in restaurants. You're doing things that everybody else does. So, person with disability as a consumer, that's another part of the purple economy. The care also comes in, but that's a very small part. And there are reimagined jobs that we are seeing. I was just mentioning to somebody that for every person with disability to get into a school, it's a nightmare for the parent. The principals or the people there don't know how to handle it. And I can see a job called education agent, like an insurance agent, who's like, you want to get into that school? I'm going to go and do the work for you. And then they go and tell the law, they discuss the systems, something that the parent doesn't need to know. So just giving you an example of what the purple economy can be. The real insight we've had, which I'm really excited about, I'm going to tell it in a minute,
Go for it.
is that we talked to an economist. And the economist said that, any economy, and I'm kind of showing an X and Y axis while I'm speaking for the people who are blind, there's a supply curve and there's a demand curve, and I'm showing the supply curve going upward and the demand curve going downward. But till these two meet, you won't have an economy. So what do we mean by that? The supply curve being up means currently an assistive aid may cost whatever, right? Let's say 3,000 euros, right? It's unaffordable for the people who are asking for the demand. And also because the demand is maybe 100 people or 1,000 people, whereas we have more than 1 billion people with disability, right? So the demand is not knowing the supply, and the supply does not know where the demand is. This is where we realize that with technology, and not technology in general, we're talking about the concept of open networks.
Right.
For the benefit of everybody, the first open network in the world was the internet. So I think you can understand that. So if I hope you get what I'm I mean.
Indeed.
Right? You have a website, I have a website, we don't know each other. No, an open network can take care of that. So with open networks, the demand and supply curve will meet, and eventually, therefore, the person with disability will get access or know about the supply of things and vice versa. And the beauty is once you're in the system, everybody, you just have to get once into the system. Like when you get on a website, it's not that you only can get to that website. You could get to thousands of websites. I think that may be the best example. So what I'm here to say is, yes, now I'm sure that we don't need to wait 300 years. I know we can do it with open networks.
Well, we have to continue to push them.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, my third question is, I understand that you're very excited about a particular case study on a mobility app aggregator, which I don't know what an aggregator is. And can you tell us about it and what an aggregator is?
So, aggregators are like Ola and Uber. It's the fourth industrial revolution, like where Uber does not have any cabs of their own, but they aggregate all the cabs and you get, that's what I mean
now
by
I
that.
understand.
So in India, we have Nammayatri, which is actually an aggregator of autos, the tuk-tuks.
Yes.
They're also going to go into cabs. And they're an open network partner.
Right.
And we just felt that, how do we push this purple economy agenda? How do we make the government and everybody know that there are people with disability who are consumers? So we had an aha moment. We said that if only we can make this app purple aware, Okay?
Right.
That means maybe there are already blind folks who are using it, or deaf, or physically disabled. What if the app just knows that you are disabled and the auto driver knows the same?
Right.
So that's all we did, okay? So, and this is because you actually want to do so much in the app. Oh, let me make it this way, make it that way. No, we were like, calm down, let's just do this one thing. Make it purple aware, you know?
Yeah.
So that's what we did. So if you're blind, you know, you can call the driver. If you're deaf, only chat is enabled and calling is not enabled.
Yeah.
And you know, etc. And all the whole fleet was available. So we didn't do any modifications for a wheelchair person to the auto. We didn't do that. You know, still your beating heart, but we didn't do it because we just wanted to make it purple aware. Now, what has happened just in 3 to 4 months?
Right.
The drivers have earned $100,000 from being purple aware, and we came to know that this is what people with disability are spending already.
Yeah.
And what happens when the driver gets a purple ride? He comes to know that there's a little band.
Yeah.
He gets a little 1-minute video. See, this is practical. We can't get them into training rooms and teach them everything about disability.
Yeah.
They just need to know what they have to do with that wheelchair person. So that 1 minute is very gentle. It allows you to make mistakes. Like you'll see the guy making a mistake and says, oops, and then continues. So it makes you forgive yourself.
Yeah.
And with that, the driver is said, once they finish the ride, you're a purple champion.
Great. And do you get purple stars?
Exactly.
And you get rated by users.
So right now, the rating feature has not been turned on because we were so like purple aware.
Yeah.
But now in the next one, they can give feedback. And what we found, this is the most exciting thing. We had put one feature that, blind, deaf, blah, blah, but other category. And do you require any special assistance? And that blew our mind. We were hoping that people, even with difficulties, would answer that. We didn't know. Because we know it's more than disability. Difficulty is arthritis. And that's what we found. In the data, it shows that people, who have back pain, knee pain, who have kidney, whatever, dialysis, they have written and said, yes, I want special assistance. And then there was this lady who said, I have a newborn baby.
Yeah.
It blew our mind.
Yeah.
Which means a purple ride is all about that little extra care, nothing much. We asked the drivers, is this taking more time for you? They said, not really. No. So the purple ride is just an empathetic. So technology is helping us to be more empathetic. And by the way, we are showing the economy too.
Absolutely. Shanti, I've just had the 3-minute
super.
So I always come to this part, which is to ask my conversational partner.
Okay, that's me.
Yes, indeed. Would you like to make 2 or 3 points so that viewers can take away the essence, please?
I think 2, 3 things. One is, I want everybody in our sector, the disability sector, to sit up and notice what is being said about the purple economy. And I think we will want them to join this. And how do we join this is, especially in India, the digital public infrastructure movement is like, we've had people who didn't have bank accounts, 466 million bank accounts have got created just because the digital public infrastructure was there. It may not make sense to everybody right now, but what I'm saying is in India, the open network movement is on, and we will be talking to Indian partners, but DPI is going global. So this is for everybody. We have started the movement for making digital public infrastructure in India disability aware and purple aware and friendly. And I just, what we will do from this point on is talk to more and more folks in the sector. We want you to join and just understand it and know how you can benefit from it. What it'll mean to you is you will get access to more folks who need benefits, the benefits that you are providing. I want entrepreneurs out there. Hey, where are you? Artificial intelligence will not take away jobs in the purple economy. We will be generating jobs. So entrepreneur, if you're listening, you may want to join the purple economy.
Wonderful. Shanti, you heard that call for action there, entrepreneurs. Thank you very much indeed for joining us today. I'm only sorry that we haven't got another 35 minutes or 40 minutes, because I'd love to sit here and continue talking to you. But in the meantime, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of conference.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you, interpreter.
Thank you.
A warm welcome from the Zero Project Conference 2024. It's a 3-day conference here at the UN in Vienna on the topic of education concerning persons with disability, and we also talk about information and communication technology. You are watching a Fireside chat, and it's a great pleasure for me to have you, Thomas Bignell, with me. He's General Secretary of EASPD. And Thomas, please introduce yourself and also your organization to the audience.
Hello, hello. First of all, many thanks for the invitation. It's always great to be here at the Zero Project, the place to be on these issues. So yes, I am the General Secretary of EASPD, which is the European Association of Service Providers for Persons with Disabilities, which basically brings together over 20,000 organizations, support services from across over 40 European countries. And what we try and do is to make sure we can build good quality support systems in line with human rights principles across Europe to enable people with disabilities to live the lives they want to live.
And yourself, Thomas, what's your background, your educational background? How did you join and end up in EASPD?
So I'm British, born in London. My apologies. So I moved to Brussels around 15 years ago, did a master's in international law. Then I started to work in the EU scene, and I was really trying to find a meaning for my career in some way. And then I went back to the UK for a few months, and I started volunteering in some ways a leisure centre for people with intellectual disabilities. So far away from the policy discussions, really rooted in a small village in England. And that really got me really brought me into this world, into the disability movement, and I knew from there that I really wanted to make a difference. And then using my skills, which are more politically related skills, I knew that at EASPD I would be able to do that. And also in this organization I met really thousands and thousands of dedicated professionals who do their best and really on a day-to-day basis to improve lives, and that's so empowering too.
Wonderful. Being Brussels-based means you're in the center of policy making. So what's your broader political agenda for it on social issues?
So I think quite often a lot of people, when they think about Brussels, they don't think about social policy, far from it. And partly or if they do think about social policy, maybe they don't have the best ideas around it. But actually behind the scenes, there's really a growing movement around disability rights. So for example, since a few years, there's the European Disability Rights Strategy 2030, which is really trying to make sure that member states, first of all, know about disability rights, but more practically learn from each other on how to put it in practice. And it can be from, for example, employment in the open labour market. It can be around deinstitutionalization, a good initiative in one country, policy-wise or practice-wise, it works. And so how can another country, why shouldn't another country use that? And so a lot of the European work is about these discussions, peer learning, not from services to services or from person to person, but from country to country. And if France has a good practice that's proven to work, why can't Greece do it too? And then we have a whole system behind that of a little bit beyond the policy and the legislation of EU funds. EU funds is huge, and to be able to use that money to really shape innovation in our field of work at national level, at local level, in the villages, in the towns, is really important and effective, and that's what we try and shape. Yeah.
And so you are in between basically the policy shaping, and then you're heading also a very powerful organization. No, you have I think more than 300 organizations that you're the umbrella and representing them not only in EU countries but also in other countries as well.
Exactly. Predominantly in Europe, of course, but more and more we're trying to explore what happens in South America. So next year, I think you have the Zero Project, for example, in Latin America. We will try to be there to really learn what's happening from services and organizations there, and also maybe bring our experiences too. So we definitely are looking also more and more outside of Europe to learn and to improve what we do. But yeah, we are predominantly focused on within Europe, not just the European Union, but also outside. Again, learning from each other, creating a real community, which I think we have developed. And in some ways we're working politically externally as lobbyists per se, or advocates. But also we have a lot of work to do internally as a sector. We need to transform the way that we provide support, move away from outdated models towards more inclusive forms of support. And it's not easy. It's not easy because you don't know how to do it. You know it's the right direction, but you don't know how to do it. And then you also don't often have the right legislation that can support you, the right funding frameworks that can support you. So we really, really want to work also on changing mindsets in our sector, but also changing legislation at local level, national level, European level, and sometimes international level too.
I know that you're working on a declaration. Please tell us about it.
So yeah, last October, so it's about social innovation. And what does it really mean? Because we always hear about social innovation right, left, and center, and it's a little bit everything. And sometimes, not always, but sometimes social innovations are not social innovations. And that's a real problem for our sector in terms of moving forward. How can we be legitimate if something that says it's a social innovation, which is not in line with the UN Convention, for example, or not at least going in that direction? And we don't want that. And so we're trying to create a cross-European definition and understanding of what social innovation means for support services for persons with disabilities, what it doesn't mean, what it does mean, and of course we take huge inspiration from the UN Convention on the rights of persons with disabilities and really the multitude of discussions around that. And the European Union is also active on social innovation, so we try to shape what they do, but also learn from what they do too.
Thomas, also tell us how you trickle down your information. I know you run 2 conventions a year on different topics, but on top of that, or additionally, how do you communicate to your members? How can we, imagine this process and the information flow?
So we do so in different ways. We have, of course, the governance, the mainstream governance, and that's incredibly important, of course, in shaping what we do. We also have 8 member forums. In some ways, they're working committees on separate thematics. We have on employment, we have on education, on inclusive living, but also on technology, person-centered technology, on arts and culture, on workforce development. And these member forums, they bring basically our members who are interested in these topics together, and then they can do different things. So sometimes it can be more policy work, sometimes it can be projects where we use EU funds, for example, Erasmus+, to initiate exchange between people, and sometimes it can be research too. So we have 8 member forums that meet regularly, and they're of course co-chaired by our members. But we also do sometimes, for example, policy cafes. So when you have sometimes quite a complex new European legislation, it's not always easy to understand. For example, the EU disability card. Sounds simple. It's not always. State aid, Accessibility Act, etc. We try and create the grounds for the space for presenting this EU legislation in a easier way to understand, and having that discussion with our members too, so translating it in some ways. We also do the same for new research, for example, and a new instrument we use is called ESPD Innovation Awards, where we really try and identify the best practices, maybe not always perfect, but the best practices that exist in different fields. And right now, for example, our Innovation Awards this year is on transforming support for people with mental health problems. And so that's also work that we do in terms of trying to bridge the gap between the international, the European, and the work of our members too.
Thomas, this year's conference is on education, and next year's will be on employment. We think it's, there is no ranking of importance. All of them are equally crucial. What's the role of the European community in it, and how can they really influence policies and then the actual work on the ground?
So let's take employment. Most, let's say, legislation around employment-related, so activation policies, employment policies, labor market policies, are national level, or sometimes regional level, especially in Austria, for example, which is very regionalized. But there are still steps that the European Union can take. So, for example, they are doing what's called the Disability Employment Package, and they're identifying good practices in different fields. It can be about vocational rehabilitation, it can be about health and safety, it can be about good hiring practices from around Europe and the world, and again showcasing at national level how it can be done and initiating that discussion. Because often we think really in like horses, who have the sides at national level, and we're trying to get away from that. So that's this is not so much legislation, but learning from each other about good practices. But maybe for me, the most important is where the EU does legislate, and it legislates around public procurement. I think 14% of the EU GDP is public procurement. And the EU directive allows local authorities, public authorities, to really buy social, to buy in a way that can create job opportunities for people with disabilities. The issue is that people don't do that. Local authorities or regional authorities don't do that enough, and we're really trying to change that. Another area is state aid policies. So in general, within the European Union, the state cannot just subsidize companies like that. That would be unfair competition. But in certain circumstances, they can. And where they can is typically to boost the employment of persons with disabilities. Again, we see a lot of fear by authorities on using the potential of EU legislation. And so what we're trying to do is say, be brave, go forward, use the EU state aid flexibility to make sure that companies who employ people with disabilities can, for example, get subsidies for reasonable accommodation measures and so forth. And this can really make a difference too. So it's a mixture of best practices, mutual learning, etc., but also very concrete EU legislation.
Thomas, you represent this big umbrella organization. How do you make sure that there is a quality support levels of, not only minimals, but that you, come across to your member organizations at one service level?
It's a really tricky question because Europe is extremely diverse in terms of quality frameworks, quality levels, cultural aspects, economic aspects, and so forth. ESPD, in our view, we're not the police of the sector. We're not here to say what's good or what's bad, particularly on a day-to-day basis, because I don't think many people want to do bad. If you're working in our area of work, trying to support people with disabilities, you want to do good, and sometimes you just don't know what good is. And so that's something that we try and help, and we try and build capacity of workers in the field around these issues. And we're leading a cross-European initiative called Care for Skills, which is trying to build the capacity of social care workers in our area of work, which is for persons with disabilities, but also for older persons or people with mental health problems. And we're trying to create cross-European legislation, cross-European curricula on, for example, person-centered support, supported decision-making, and issues like that. The Commission is also coming out later this year with a framework of social services of excellence. It doesn't sound, it's not the easiest on the lips. But what it will do is give, on the one hand, guiding principles to member states on how quality frameworks should be done. What is the way forward? Are we looking at, are there fire extinguishers, or are we looking at co-production? And so that's a simple way of putting it, but that's what we're doing. And hopefully we'll also, again, put a bit more pressure on member states on really developing quality frameworks, quality assurance systems, because right now they are very, very poor. And not just in one country, but generally speaking throughout Europe. And we need to change that. The Commission wants to change that, and hopefully the member states too. So there will be this cross-European framework of social services of excellence later this year, which we're trying to help and implement.
Thomas, we are fairly early in the year 2024. We have been talking about the European Accessibility Act, which comes into force in most countries, most member states during next year. What's your outlook for 2024? What's your highlight? I think you have two conferences coming up. What will they be about?
So later this year, so we have a conference already in May, very soon, on effectively transforming support for people with mental health or psychosocial disabilities, avoiding medical approaches, avoiding psychiatric hospitals. How can we promote inclusion in these areas as well? It's a little bit of a new direction for ESPD, but actually we had a working group on mental health years ago, but really trying to bring back that angle for us, because our members have growing challenges around the mental health of the people that they're supporting. They also have new people who come to their services who have mental health difficulties, so we're trying to shape that in the right way and to make the most. Later then in Athens, we will have a conference on open labor market employment and what type of support models can really help make a difference there. How can we support businesses, not persons with disabilities, but at the end, that will be how can we support as in some ways specialized support services? How can we help businesses to be more inclusive? Because generally speaking, I think businesses want to in some ways, but they don't always know how. And so we want to explore what support services exist. You have, of course, supported employment, but there's many others out there as well. And so we're really trying to focus on open labor market employment and really making progress there. So these are a few ideas on what we're doing moving forward.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for your time. I know you have to run to the next panel. It's always a pleasure to have you, and it's I think it's important to know what is happening in this, in the jungle of Brussels. And you gave us very good insights, and good luck for your work, and good luck for your new position.
Thank you very much.
You've been watching a fireside chat here from the Zero Project Conference 2024. The conference is on education for persons with disability and on ICT. And thank you for watching this Fireside. Thank you.
Hello everyone to the Fireside chat on social robotics for inclusive education. My name is Sabine Lomnick. I work with AAATE, the Association for the Advancement of Assistive Technology in Europe, which is a very long name. And today I'm here with Lorenzo Desideri, who is researcher and consultant for IS Bologna, which is doing many things, but also has an AT competence center, I think. And Lorenzo, you are focused on technology for inclusive education, right? And then we also have online with us Pedro Encarnação, and I hope I pronounced the name right. And Pedro is the acting president of AAATE, but also researcher and professor at the Catholic Portuguese University in Lisbon, and also familiar and working on social robotics for inclusive education, right?
Right.
I get a nod, that's good. All right, so because we have a very specific topic, which is social robotics, and I myself was not so very familiar with the topic, Pedro, can I ask you to start off by explaining what are social robotics?
Sure. So first of all, good morning, everyone, and I would like to start by thanking the Zero Project for welcoming this fireside chat on robots for children. I will not. I'm sorry that I cannot be there in person, but hopefully you'll be able to understand me. And please let me know if there's anything wrong with the connection. So I will be enlarging a bit the scope, not only looking at social robots, but I will try to very briefly explain what we are referring to when we mention robots today. So I will start with a definition, with the International Standards Organization definition. They define robot as a programmed, actuated mechanism with a degree of autonomy to perform locomotion, manipulation, or positioning. What I believe it's important to stress out here under this definition is that robots have a physical presence and some degree of autonomy. So we are ruling out those software agents that perform tasks automatically. So that's not what we are talking about. We are talking about robots that have a physical presence. And there are several types of robots. We have, for example, industrial robots that are used in industrial environments, and we have service robots that perform useful tasks for humans or equipment, and we will be focusing on this later type. Service robots can be used for personal use, for example, supporting tasks such as handling or serving items, grooming even, or providing guidance or information. And they can also be used in professional use, like tasks as surveillance or cleaning, or even person transportation. We all are aware of those automatic trains that usually drives us from airports or between different terminals in airports or stuff like that. Within the personal service robots, there are mainly three overlapping subclasses. Let's call those assistive robots, socially interactive robots, and then in the intersection, we have socially assistive robots. Assistive robots are just those that give aid or support to a human user. Now, socially interactive robots have a social interaction with users. So they are able to, or at least they should be able to, express or perceive emotions, communicate with high-level dialogue with their users, establish or maintaining a social relationship, use natural cues like gaze, gestures, stuff like that. When these social interactive robots are used to give support or to a human user or to give aid to a human user, we call those the socially assistive robots. Okay, so these socially assistive robots create a close and effective interaction with the human user for the purpose of giving assistance and achieving measurable progress in, I don't know, convalescence or rehabilitation, learning, etc. So directly answering your question, we are referring to physical robots for personal use that assist people, aiding or supporting them through social interaction or other interaction.
Okay, wonderful, Pedro. I think that was really important just to situate all the people who are not so familiar with the topic yet. Before I switch then to Lorenzo, and we will hear about, you will give us concrete examples of what that means and what you can do in practice. Before that, Pedro, I would just ask you, what are the common misconceptions? Because probably everyone has some imagination about robotics, and they might not fit with the reality.
Yeah, people often picture robots as having a humanoid shape, being highly intelligent and capable of perceiving and acting upon the environment as a human. And the current AI hype helps to build that image. I'm afraid that we are very far from that yet. So current robots are pretty stupid. I need to say that. They are capable of a limited reasoning, but only inferring from examples. They are not capable of inductive reasoning as humans are, and their physical capabilities are very, very, very constrained.
Okay, well, thank you for that. It matched a bit what in my head was. Thank you. Okay. But then, Lorenzo, what does it look like in practice?
Yeah, well, despite all these limitations, I think that they might have some practical uses. No, I wanted just to mention one thing. They may allow for tailored interventions. Let's give an example. There is, from experience, but also from evidence, we know that all children, for instance, are attracted to robots. They show a marked interest in interacting with robots with a humanoid appearance, the so-called humanoid robots. And especially children on the autism spectrum. Maybe not everyone, but some of them, most of them, have a very attraction towards interacting to these humanoid robots. So, and this might have very nice consequences and important consequences for tailored interventions. For instance, let's take the example of placing a robot, a humanoid robot, in a classroom in a mainstream school. All children attention is drawn to this humanoid robot. Children want to, and students want to interact with these robots. They show an interest in touching it, talking to it. But not just that. They will start soon to talk to each other about the robot. So the presence, the physical presence of a humanoid robot can be considered an opportunity for children to start to interact with each other. It is a kind of facilitator of child-to-child interaction, not child-to-robot interaction. So, if in this same classroom there is a student on the autism spectrum who might experience some difficulties in initiating or keeping a conversation with his or her peers, the presence of a humanoid robot may facilitate his or her peers to initiate a conversation with the student on the autism spectrum. In this way, we might assist to a more facilitated inclusion of the child on the autism spectrum in the social environment of the classroom. Building on that, in my municipality, in the municipality of Bologna, where we work, we started a project called Robot Valley, where we train teachers, especially in primary schools, to design teaching activities that include the presence of a humanoid robot with a view to facilitate the interaction of students in the classroom. So, of course, this is a great opportunity for all children to be included in a social activities such as education and social interaction, and but also for teachers to consider inclusion since the beginning of their teaching activity design.
So is this a pilot project, or have you already rolled it out in different settings?
We are still in the piloting phase, even if the piloting phase is lasting 3 or 4 years. So, but because we are training teachers every year, we have achieved the involvement of 10 schools across the region, together with about 50 teachers. And so we are now planning to conduct research to collect evidence on our interventions, on our practices. I think that we might also counterbalance the opportunities of using robots also with some challenges that are at the core of our training scenarios for teachers, because of course teachers, to make a proper use of a humanoid robot in their teaching activities, should be aware of the pedagogical values of using robots in teaching, but also, as Pedro said, of the limitations of robots. They cannot do everything. They are just one further tool in the hands of the teachers in supporting their teaching activity. But also teachers need to be aware of some possible ethical considerations. For instance, we know that, and we observe that students, especially those on the autism spectrum, may form a kind of emotional attachment to humanoid robots. And so teachers need to be aware of this and need to be aware of the strategies that they can adopt to manage this situation and address it in a proper way.
Okay, great. Thank you, Lorenzo. We are running quickly out of time, so I think we have 4 minutes left. But Pedro, can you add something, or do you like to add something to the opportunities and challenges in regard to social robotics?
Yeah. In fact, I totally agree with Lorenzo. There's a vast potential for using robots in inclusive education. One can think of educational activities with a robot, enabled by a robot, or on a robot. When I say with a robot, I'm thinking about those activities like the ones that Lorenzo described, when we can have a robot in a class mediating the interaction between children, or just providing support to a particular child. But we can also have activities that are enabled by a robot. So, for example, suppose a child that is not able to manipulate, that person can use a robot to manipulate the educational items that are needed to perform a given activities. Or we can also use the robots to have the activities focusing on the robot, like programming a robot or building a robot. And then we have all children working together on the robot. So there is, in fact, a vast potential for robots. But in order to accomplish that, we need better robots. So we need smart robots that are technologically stable, reliable, low cost, that are easy to program, that provide the just right amount of support to children, and of course that are appealing to children. And we do need, as Lorenzo is doing, we need to trial those in real life scenarios. That's very, very, very important.
Okay, very good. So I have a clearly defined wish list on what should happen. I think we have enough time left that I'll switch to Lorenzo and back to Pedro with what is your key message to the audience, and is there anything that the audience can do to help support your work?
Yeah, well, the key message for the audience today, I would say, might be to consider robotics in general, but especially social assistive robotics, as a way to bridge technological advancements, research, with the need and imperative to promote more inclusive practices in our educational systems. So, social robots are not specialized devices for a selected few, but a gateway to inclusion for everyone, I would say.
Oh, that's certainly a beautiful final statement. Pedro, what about you?
Well, I would just like to add that we have set up a network that is called Robots for Children. This network is a group of people that envision a world in which these robotic applications are available and accessible for all. There's a lot of research that needs to be conducted. Perhaps Sabine and Lorenz, you can share the link for that Robots for Children network with people that are attending this Fireside chat. And we welcome new members, and we are looking forward always for opportunities to develop new projects and applying robots to new ideas. And so we strongly believe that robots have a huge potential to help children with disabilities.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So with that, I invite everyone here and online, do check out Lorenzo and Pedro's background. Their information is available on the conference website. And then certainly we can include we include on the social media, and then also going further, the links to the networks that Pedro mentioned.
Great.
And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Welcome from the Zero Project Conference 2024. It's a conference on education for persons with disabilities, and we also talk about information and communication technology. You're watching a Fireside chat, and it's a great pleasure for me to talk with Christian Schinko from UniCredit Bank Austria. Warm welcome to you as well, Christian.
Thank you, Wilfried.
Please introduce yourself, your role, and also the company.
Yeah, basically, I'm wearing a dark jacket. I have brown hair and a beard. That's for the basic description. I'm head of disability management at UniCredit Bank Austria. We take care of employees and customers when it comes to accessibility and inclusion. We are very happy, I'm very happy to be here, and thanks for having me, because it's always a great opportunity to be at that incredible conference to share, exchange thoughts and share ideas.
Christian, there's not so many companies who have, a department, dedicated personnel. So what is accessibility and inclusion to a company like yours?
Accessibility and inclusion is for us the key for the prosperity of the society as such. On the one hand, it's a social responsibility, and on the other hand, we have the opportunity to do business with accessibility. We want to make the life for people with disabilities, for elderly, for all people easier. And that starts from the inclusion when it comes to employment and goes to the offer to get access for clients to all our products and services.
Christian, UniCredit has been a partner and also an awardee. A long time ago, you got awarded, I think, in 2015 for offering sign language support for your customers. Can you describe some of the accessibility measures you have?
Basically, all our branches are barrier-free. We are very proud of it. Also our online channels, and this special offer for advice via video call in sign language was developed 9 years ago. So we try to grant accessibility beyond the legal requirements. We have devices for hearing impaired people. We have a shuttle service for a financial advice at the branch for mobility impaired people, and so on. And a little thing, but it's a very important thing, we have a stick holder for elderly people, and you can also use it with your key stick. It's not of that cost, and it costs not that much, and it's really useful.
You mentioned persons with disabilities who are also your customers. What are the benefits for a company like UniCredit to have persons with disabilities among their customers?
To employ persons with disabilities as it's the one hand, and your question was the customers. I would put the question the way around. The benefits for our customers are in the main view. The benefit is to have access to our products and services. And also financial inclusion is here a topic. It's the main theme of the conference. Just to enable people to do business with us. And that's only possible if you also employ people with disabilities in their own company, because we try to develop products and services from scratch together with these colleagues with the various disabilities.
Tell us a little bit about your organization. How many branches do you have? How many people work for UniCredit? How many people with disabilities work for UniCredit?
Yeah. At the moment we have 120 branches. We have approximately 4,500 employees. And we have a designated team for disability management with 2 persons. my colleague and me. We started 15 years ago, so we were the pioneer in this field because we knew that it is very important from the start to support our employees and include them and make the environment, the workplace environment for them. And then we started to roll out this initiative also to our customers.
Christian, you say you're two people in a rather big organization. How is the decision-making process? You do proposals or you go into meetings with proposal? How does this work?
The crucial thing is that to work together with associations and interest group for people with disabilities. So we raise or we gather ideas and initiatives, and then we make proposals in the various departments. The one key success factor is to closely work together. And the most important fact is to have the commitment of the board, and that's through with us in UniCredit. So the commitment from the board to accessibility and inclusion is crucial.
And you're part of the UniCredit group, you're part of a large European bank. Does this trigger up, so to speak, also to other countries and other branches?
Yeah, we are in close connection to our Group D and I team, and we try to share best practice with them, also in the wake of the EAA and our Barrierefreiheitsgesetz. So we are at the moment evaluating all our channels to be ready next year when the law comes into effect.
What kind of measures have you been taking? I mean, the European Accessibility Act is a great example of the companies and also different organizations are forced to apply certain standards. What does this mean for UniCredit?
To evaluate our channels and all our channels we do business with customer with. We have Hilfsgemeinschaft of the Association of the Blind and Visually Impaired on board. They evaluate for us, and it's a big chance not only to fulfill the law next year, but to be even more accessible then.
And how is the time frame? So I mean, you have the evaluation, and then I guess they do recommendations, and then what's the time frame? Is it 6 months? Is it a year? Is it 18 months?
Within the next 3 or 4 months, we want to be in the implementation phase to have enough buffer to fulfill the law. We are fulfilling the law largely, but there are some blind spots we want to further develop. It's also a big chance when it comes to technology and digitalization. We are a proud partner of the second technology forum, which took place on Tuesday. So that's for us a big chance also to get startups on board with their assistive technology initiatives. That's the next big thing, I guess.
Yes, you are a big sponsor also from the Zero Project Technology Forum. Getting access to technologies, I think, is one thing, but really take it and implement it is another thing. So how would this process work, let's say, in your flow of decisions?
Most of the initiatives are great, and it's very impressive to have such initiatives and ideas on board, but it's always accessibility versus security. And it takes time to implement the smallest software, also in our systems, just with the background to protect our customer data and our system.
So do you think is technology? I think we think it's an opportunity, but of course the digital divide can also be a threat, meaning that people with different form of different capabilities are not able to follow, let's say, the digital trend, digital banking. How do you take care of them?
We have a very good example from my point of view. We have a cooperation with Emporia which is a company who builds and produces tablets and smartphones for elderly and for disabled people. So we have the bridge from our invisible, intangible services and products to the customer. So we partner and we want to educate, we want to inform, and we want to enable elderly people and disabled people to do business with us.
Besides technology, would there be, do you think you also can increase, let's say, the service level, that people come back into branches, or how would this work?
There will be branches also in the future. And we try to train our people, our colleagues, to be even more sensitive towards disabilities. That's the offer. I guess that's also crucial, because we have to have the capacity to deal with disabilities and to cope with it when a customer comes to the branch and has a dementia or something like that, and that's very important. So on this field, we try to train our staff, and it's a people's business. Yeah, digitalization, fine. Yeah, but it's a people's business, and we have to train and involve steadily our colleagues, and the offer for talents and skills outside for people who want to apply for our jobs. We do not create jobs for disabled people. So that is our mission. We seek talents and skills.
Christian, you mentioned financial inclusion. What would you think, let's look ahead 5 years, where would you see financial inclusion?
On all levels. Yeah, it's ideal, but I would see it on all levels when it comes to financial education, to name it again, to bring on board from different levels all people and all customers who want to do anything with us. So it starts in school, yeah, how to handle the money they have, and also how to include financial things in your daily life.
So you really go into schools and educate there? Yes, on a regular basis. So this is
on a regular basis. Yeah.
Okay. Would you invite also people to come to you, or
yes, sure.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Sure.
All right. Christian, thank you so much. Our time is almost up. Thanks again for this continuous support of your company, UniCredit Bank Austria. Thank you for joining us and supporting us, and good luck to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Wilfried.
You've been watching a Fireside chat from the Zero Project Conference 2024. It's a 3-day conference here at the UN in Vienna on the topics of education and ICT benefiting persons with disability. Thank you and goodbye.
Wonderful. Thanks so much. Good afternoon, just. I'm Tom Butcher of the Zero Project here in Vienna at our conference, and I am online with Ganesh Singh of the Guyana Council of Organizations for Persons with Disabilities, who sadly is not with me, but is in Guyana. And today we're going to talk about building a mountain out of a molehill, or transforming lives through innovation and technology. So Ganesh, I'm going to fire away with a first question. Could you please tell us a little about the Guyana Society for the Blind's Caribbean Secondary Examinations Program and precisely why it was needed?
All right. Thank you very much, Tom, and good afternoon, everyone. The Guyana Society for the Blind Caribbean Secondary Education Program was started on January 7th, 2013, with approximately 12 students. That program was started as a result of limited or no opportunities for persons who are blind and visually impaired to acquire high school level education. Many of these individuals, when they attend the mainstream schools and they were part of the general education system, the support systems were absent or very limited. As a result, the majority dropped out or they left school graduating because of age, not with any qualifications. So because of the lack of opportunities and many intelligent young persons who are blind and visually impaired leaving without any hope for a bright, productive future, I saw the need to have such a program. And really, I got the epiphany after teaching approximately 15 young persons who are blind and visually impaired to use the computer with the JOBS Access with speech software. And I saw that these persons have potential. They can do more than just learn how to use the computer. And I also got the idea to convert hard copy textbooks and other learning materials into e-versions so that they can have access to it. So that's really how the program started, and it was really to respond to the great need for such an initiative for young people who are blind and visually impaired. Because in Guyana, the opportunities were limited and are still limited for persons who are blind and visually impaired.
Great. Thank you very much indeed for that introduction. And whilst it's quite obvious to me that it's had a considerable impact, how would you describe the impact of the program, just in what it has done in Guyana, but also as an inspiration to other people in the Caribbean region?
Significant, Tom.
Great.
Very, very significant. When we wrote the Caribbean Secondary Education Certificate exams for the first time in May, June of 2014, we had the largest group of blind and visually impaired persons anywhere in the Caribbean ever writing the exams using a computer. And we had about 10. We all know the Caribbean populations are very small. Guyana, it's only about 750,000. So when we had 10 persons writing the exams in one location using the JAWS software on their computers, that was the first, and it was major. Moving to the actual impact, over 65 persons who are blind and visually impaired between the ages of 17 years old and 60 would have written high school leaving exams, and that is the Caribbean Secondary Education exams, we call it in the Caribbean. They would have written that, and we have had a pass rate, or an average pass rate of about 70%.
Good gracious,
that's wonderful. So they did relatively well. Yes, yeah, definitely. And over half of those individuals would have gained some level of employment, whether it's with the government, whether with the private sector, or whether it's an NGO, they would have gained employment. Some would have even ventured into starting their own businesses. Many of these persons without that opportunity would not have been in the field of work. They would have been home, depending on people to look after them financially and depending on government welfare. Over 25 of the 65 would have matriculated to tertiary institutions, including our university, which is University of Guyana, and our teacher training college, the Sir Potter College of Education. Many of those persons are now qualified with their bachelor's degrees, associate degrees. A few are on their way to acquiring their master's degrees, and they are living independent, productive lives, all because of this program. And it's when I speak of this, I get emotional because I myself got blind at 17 just after writing my high school leaving exams. And I had no opportunities. And I don't want to see any other young person who was blind or visually impaired go through what I did. And that's my drive with this initiative.
Well, it's obviously a drive which has resulted in really amazing results, Ganesh.
Definitely.
And so I think for me, one of the questions that is uppermost in my mind is how on earth have you been able to achieve, survived and achieved so much with limited resources?
We just addressed it: passion, drive, and a motivation to change lives.
Right.
We have a budget of $1,000 per month, $1,000 to pay our part-time instructors or teachers.
Yes.
However, because of technology and um, administering the program virtually, we are able to cut a lot of costs. Administrative, we have no funds for administrative expenses.
No.
But because we have that passion, we have that drive, and we know that there's a need, technology has played a major role in helping to have this program implemented across Guyana.
Yeah.
And we're working to have it go across the Caribbean. So it's because of having the availability of people around us who are willing to volunteer their time, who are dedicated and want to see change. That's how we've been able to survive.
Yeah.
We've had some private sector and government support, but it's very, very limited.
Right. Thank you. So now I'm going to delve in with some other questions. I think, could you just explain the fact, or if I'm right, that there's absolutely no difference between the certification that everybody does online and the certification that they would actually do if they were sitting in a classroom?
There's no difference because at the end, every year around May, June, they will go to the examination center like everyone else.
Yep.
And they will sit and they will be administered the exam. They would get the usual support, whether it's with a reader or a scribe if they choose, or they would have that examination paper electronically on a computer system provided by the examination council. So they write the same exams. The curriculum is no different. All the curricula are the same. The contents are the same. So there's no difference. And, we've been able to do this almost a miracle with limited resources using online platforms. And when we started, something, Tom, when we started in 2013, very few people actually administer classes online. We were using Skype.
Right.
We were using Skype, and we were converting textbooks and other learning materials electronically. It was a novelty in Guyana.
Yeah.
And when I went to a few persons went to university and they asked for electronic documents, the lecturers were reluctant, even though they might have had some.
Yeah.
But it was a novelty.
Yeah.
And now everybody's going in that direction.
Yeah. I think yes, that's amazing. I'm just going to ask you a thing. I'm not puffing Zoom at all. But I should think that the change and the advantage from moving from Skype to Zoom has been like night and day. And then as an adjunct to that statement is, what else would you like to see or get from those providers to make things even easier for examinees?
All right. Yes, Zoom has been a revolution. Skype, has had its benefits, but there were challenges. But Zoom, it's more accessible. It's easier where in areas that we have low bandwidth. so that persons in rural Guyana, and Guyana is very large geographically,
Yeah.
With a very, very, very small population size. So Zoom, would have definitely, or is definitely a better option. And one of the things that we've been asking for is alternative testing, especially for those persons in the areas of science when
Yeah.
there are a lot of diagrams and so on. Test the blind persons on the same concept, but do it differently instead of asking them to label a diagram or label um, something that they might have as an image.
Yeah.
Because sometimes the reader doesn't do justice to what's there. So they're totally confused as a blind person. We've been negotiating and having meetings with the Caribbean Examination Council in Barbados.
Yeah.
We've taken it on as a consortium across the Caribbean. And we've also been looking at other options for the persons with different disabilities. Not to really ask for any concessions, but have the same test, the same exam, but with some alternative methods available. That's what we've been working to see happen.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can make some progress.
Well, I think on the basis of what you've done so far, you probably will make progress which everybody else would consider to be miraculous. One other kind of question about the kind of lateral and completely added benefits of what you're doing is, I presume you're now enabling people. You say Guyana, of course, is a large country with not that many people in it, but offering the service that you do, it can be offered pretty much anywhere in the country where there is access to the internet. Is that correct? Or to telecommunications?
That is absolutely correct. And I'm glad that you've asked that question. Many persons who are blind and visually impaired, living in the rural parts of Ghana or in the hinterland,
right,
had no opportunity to attend school, mainstream schools, because of the limited support. It's limited in the city, which is Georgetown and its environs, much less the rural parts. So that is why we've had persons in their 30s, 40s, and even 50s attending classes and writing exams because they've never had that opportunity. But with this virtual means, and once they have internet access, and now we have excellent coverage here, they can use their mobile device. They can, be able to access the classes, and we've made things simple. We've incorporated the use of Dropbox. We've incorporated the use of Google Drive, just so that we can share information. We have even converted information. We've produced some audio files, video files, so that we can share via WhatsApp. So we've made things much easier to get to persons who are not, close to us geographically, and who might have challenges using certain applications and certain forms of technology. So we've made it user-friendly for everyone by having materials in all different formats.
Great. Ganesh, that's super. We've got about 2 more minutes left, and as I was saying before we started off, could you please give us 1 or 2 things that you would like our viewers and listeners to take away with them about what you've done, and a little bit about your plan for the future? And I'll give you a shout when we're just coming up to the end.
No problem.
Okay.
1, you don't need a whole lot of resources to change lives. You must have an idea, a passion and drive to push that idea, and it can happen. When I had this idea for this program using virtual means, I had 2 supporters. 2 supporters. Everyone else said it wouldn't work, but it did. So you don't need a whole lot of resources, and technology can change the whole landscape and has changed the landscape for education of persons who are blind and visually impaired, and even persons with other forms of disabilities. We've had them in our program, and they've been successful. Use technology to the maximum, and it has transformed the education landscape and will continue to do so. As future plans for this program, we are working to expand to the Caribbean and give persons in smaller territories the opportunity to attend classes and sit their CXC exams. And we're also migrating to a learning management system so that our program can be more a bit more formalized and organized. But again, these things takes resources. It takes the technical support that we would need in the background and so on. But we're hopeful that we can get the necessary resources to ensure that these things happen.
Great. Ganesh, thank you so much. I think you are a shining example of how passion and drive can achieve things that could otherwise not be achieved. My congratulations and our congratulations for everything you've done, and it certainly looks to me as if you've created an Everest out of a molehill. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. I wish you all the very best for the rest of this year and going forward. And I shall now sign off from this session. Ganesh, thanks so much. Look after yourself.
Thank you very much,
really
Tom.
great to
You
speak
too.
with you. And thanks to our interpreter as well. Thanks.
Hello everyone and welcome to another Fireside chat at the Zero Project Conference 2024. And even though this year we are concentrating on education and ICT, this Fireside will be talking about something very different. We are here to talk about fashion. And this is why I would like to describe how I'm looking. I'm a fairly young lady with dark hair, almost black, very short, and I'm wearing a very long dress that is black in color, but has a pattern with animals and florals in green and blue. And I'm joined by two very beautiful young ladies, Sema and Murosh, who will be really leading this talk and talking about why is it so important that advocates join their forces for the fight of inclusive fashion. Murosh, can you introduce yourself?
So, hello everyone. I'm Muruj, a fashion designer of Augenhohe. I'm a short stature woman. I'm a person of color. And I have brown eyes. I'm wearing a t-shirt of Auf Augenhohe, black blazer with beige trousers and shoes.
And you, Sima?
Hello, I am Sema. I am a person of color and I have dark brown eyes and brown, almost a black hair, short hair, like until my shoulders. I'm wearing a beautiful dress in the color of mustard, like dark yellow, I would say, from the wonderful label We Dress Collective. And I'm wearing black tights and black boots. And I'm happy to be here.
Fantastic. We are also happy to have you here. So this question comes to you, Murosh. Can you tell us what's the buzz about, inclusive fashion? Why is it so important?
So the buzz around inclusive and accessible fashion comes from its profound impact on the quality of life and communities' needs. And this is essential because everyone deserves the ability to express themselves through fashion as a basic human right. And from my perspective as a disabled person, inclusive and accessible fashion is not just about basic needs, it's about empowerment and dignity, because clothing is an important part of self-expression and identity. And when fashion becomes accessible to all, it develops a sense of belonging and confidence in the disabled community. It's also about practicality and independence, as adaptive designs can make dressing easier and more comfortable, which will help individuals to manage their daily life more easily and completely on their own. And I believe it's important to not only those theoretically, but also to share it with experts in the field and build it up practically. And this is exactly what we do with Auf Augenhohe.
Oh, but tell me, is it like all rainbows, or are you also having some challenges? And maybe, Sema, you can take that question.
I think the key challenges is to convince companies the importance of inclusive fashion, the importance of to collaborate together on inclusive products. And I think it's also frustrating to see how I am viewing it in the past years, to see that sometimes partners and companies are seeing inclusive fashion like a checkbox or like a to-do list they have to fulfill. What I mean with this is it's so important not to just have a short-term partnerships on creating a real inclusive fashion world. It is so important to have a long-lasting partnership, that this topic is not just seen like as a one-off initiative. It's a really important case. It's a case which is not just like a trend topic. It is an important topic, a sustainable and inclusive like impact topic, which needs to be really taken seriously. And when I follow that partners or companies are taking this course just like a campaign story, for example, I'm thinking, okay, but this is not the real change and the real impact we want to raise in the future. And so I think it's important to understand the real sense of movement, to collaborate together with companies like, for example, of Augenhöhe, who build up inclusive products, that companies understand this expertise and the know-how to do some greater things together for long-term project. And I think this is kind of a challenge.
It definitely sounds like a challenge, but I can also think that you are an example of how it can work out in one way or another. Do you agree?
Yeah, definitely. I think people with disabilities can provide first-hand information about their unique needs and challenges, while non-disabled advocates can use their platform, influence, and resources to amplify these voices and create systemic change in the fashion industry. And these partnerships foster beneficial learning, empathy, and collective commitment to creating more inclusive and accessible fashion environment for everyone.
Exactly, because you are the perfect example of how people with different abilities and non-disabled people can work together in tandem and make a change. How did you find each other? What's the story behind that?
So, after I graduated from the University of Derby, I got an email because I attended the Fashion Week in London. So I got an email that they are offering for us mentors. And the last thing, I applied for this mentoring sessions and told them that I want to build a brand for short-stature persons. So that's how I met Sema.
Okay, and Sema, what is your story? How did you get here?
Yeah, actually, of Augenhöhe is a company which created a size chart system for short stature people, and for 10 years we collected body measurements from people of short stature, from wheelchair users, from basically from any kind of people with disabilities, to understand what is a truly inclusive and accessible fashion product, and how can we create a fully accessible fashion world. So in the last 10 years, we not only took measurements of people with disabilities, we also exchanged with people with disabilities, with their friends and with their family members, to really understand what is happening and why is this topic so neglected historically by the fashion industry. So, and everything started actually because I have a cousin who's a person of short stature, and I wanted to understand if what the exchange I have with my cousin and in our family, if it is like a global systematic same way of communication, of living the world. And it came out when I traveled during my studies all over the world, that all the individuals are telling me the same. So then I understood, okay, there must be a reason for, and we have to make a deep research how we could change it and how can we transmit it to the industry as a standard course. And yeah, today we are creating not only products, we are also consulting companies, how they can be more inclusive in the ways of producing, for example, products, and also campaignings. And I think we are also, like I say always, we are a 100% community-driven company, and it's for us super important to work together with disabled people and non-disabled people to really exchange and to understand how we can make a world without barriers happen.
That is so Zero Project of you to have that aim at the back of your head. I'm really, really excited and really, really happy to hear that. But also, it got me thinking about one more thing, because you are saying that you have a company. Do you have a shop, online shop? Is it here in the streets of Vienna? Where we can find you?
Actually, yes, we have a shop, we have an online shop, so you can, actually everybody can shop at our website. It's an e-commerce company currently at www.augenhöhe.design. And we don't have like stationary like shop, it's only online currently. And together with companies, we want to go to the next level. To outside, we are presenting currently only our products for short stature people because we wanted to focus. We really wanted to create great products which are working, and we are selling worldwide and have 0% return rate, and this makes us super proud. And that's why we are ready now to go to the next step and build the next products together with companies like products for wheelchair users, for people with Down syndrome, and more to really create a more inclusive fashion society.
That sounds amazing. So, Murad, the last question to you, because I'm already seeing that we are slowly running out of time. If you could design something that you always dreamed of, what would that be?
Oh, I dreamed of a lot of things, to be honest. Every time when I saw like something nice, dresses and everything, I'm like, I wish it can be like on my size. So I would say like everything, or like especially dresses maybe, and this is something a little bit different, but also shoes, because we have already like really a problem with shoes also. So yeah.
And Sema, is there something in particular that you would like to sell in your company and just, you know, showcase to everyone that, oh, this is the piece of dress, this is the piece of clothing that we're the most proud of? What that would be?
Yeah, actually we are dreaming about having a product which is really working for everybody, but this is almost impossible, but maybe it is, and we are finding out how we could create this product. And for this we need also definitely partners who are researching with this on that topic. But what I'm also dreaming about is to having in the future kind of like a digital wardrobe where you can go in, anybody, any person of any body shape can go inside, choose the product which you want to buy, and next to the digital wardrobe it's like 3D print, like a instant shopping solution. So when there's someone out there who wants to research on this product, I would be very happy.
Of course, I'm pretty sure there must be one person here at our Zero Project conference that just heard that and thought, oh, that's about me. So where we can find you here at the conference, tell us.
So you can find us on the ground floor. Which area is it actually?
In the exhibition zone?
It's in the exhibition zone 5, area 5, I'm seeing now. Booth 5, of course, booth 5. It's on the diagonal way of the press conference room. So come and join us, let's exchange.
Yes, big shout out to Jasmine in, you know, the audience, who's a great buffer right there. And with that, I think we are ready to conclude our fireside. Thank you so much to both of you. Thank you for sharing your stories. And I hope that you will be able to design very lovely clothes for all people in the world.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name's David Baines, and it's my very great pleasure to be chatting to Charlotte from the World Bank on behalf of the Zero Project this afternoon. Charlotte, welcome.
Thank you, David, for having me. It's my pleasure to talk to you too.
I've got a question for you, which betrays my own ignorance. What exactly is the World Bank?
So that's actually a great question, because we're not a typical bank. We're not a commercial bank. What we are is the world's largest financing institute for development. We've been around for 77 years.
Right.
And so we have a lot of knowledge about what development looks like, how to finance for development, but also, I think really importantly, we focus on systems, and we also work through governments.
Right.
And so that distinguishes us from a lot of the other type of financing institutions out there.
Right. So I guess with that in mind, and that funding for development, where does disability and inclusion fit into the World Bank's perspective and role?
Well, the bank itself has a number of goals. One is to reduce poverty, and the second one is to boost shared prosperity in a livable planet.
Right.
And if we need to do that, and that's our aim, we cannot exclude 15% of the world's population. And therefore, it's essential that we think about how do we ensure that development is inclusive of persons with disability. And so disability fits into the World Bank's mission for those reasons, but also because it's just the right thing to do. It's good development. Ensuring that you're reaching everybody is exactly what we should be doing. In addition to that, we have the Leave No One Behind agenda and the 2030 agenda. We have a number of SDGs that have make explicit reference to disability. And part of the bank's role is to support the SDGs in part with technical assistance, research, and certainly through financing. So there are a number of entry points in terms of the bank's work that really fit into the disability agenda. Or rather, I would say, you can't have development, you can't have good development if you don't include persons with disabilities.
I mean, that sounds like an immensely challenging scope, scale, and agenda for you. For me, you've been the face of the World Bank and disability for as long as I've known you. But what exactly is your job?
Well, yeah, no, so there are many other faces at the bank that work on disability, fortunately, and that's increasing as we move along. So that's very encouraging to see that there are more colleagues who are working in this space. But my job as disability advisor at the bank is to ensure that our projects, policies are inclusive of persons with disabilities. What that means in practice is that we provide technical assistance to bank task team leaders that are leading projects with our client governments, right? And so we'll look at a project and say, there are components you can build in that include persons with disabilities. So there's a very programmatic aspect of what we do. And then the second part is building the evidence base. And that's essential for everything we do, because we are an evidence-based institution. So having the data, having the evidence for what disability inclusive development looks like is an important piece of what we do. Another piece of what we do is to build partnerships, because we're very cognizant that we can't do this alone. There are many, many people, institutions, organizations that are working and doing incredibly exciting and cutting-edge work on disability inclusion outside of the bank. And so it's important for us to work with those. And that's what brings me to Zero, quite frankly, meeting people that are working, you know, at the cold face of disability inclusive development.
So it sounds very much as if, you know, disability inclusive development, the idea that disability should pervade across all the actions that the bank is taking seems to be at the heart of how you certainly see the role.
Absolutely. And I think, you know, at the heart of development is, in my mind, a couple of things. Innovation, but also ensuring that the most excluded are included. And therefore, it makes perfect sense to ensure that we are including persons with disabilities, recognizing that persons with disabilities are not a homogeneous group, and recognizing the intersectionality of persons with disabilities. So if we're working on a gender strategy, for instance, making sure that we address the issue around violence against women and girls with disabilities. And so that's really the approach that we take within the bank, trying to ensure that across the sectors, we're addressing disability and that it's beginning to become operational. So, you know, it's great to have the research, but it's even better to have the evidence, the research, and then the operations.
And let me pin you down a little bit. Can you give me a couple of examples of specific things that the World Bank has done that you think have had impact and success?
Yeah, sure. So look, there are a number of things that we've done, and we have a very robust website that I invite everybody to have a look at. But one of the things that I'm particularly proud of is work that we've been doing in the space of inclusive education, which tallies well with why we're here today. And in inclusive education, we have supported 3 countries, Ethiopia, Rwanda, and Nepal, to look at system change in relation to inclusive education. And so in regard to that, we looked at the training of teachers, developing manuals, looking at resource centers for children with disabilities, but not just building new resource centers, reviewing and evaluating existing resource centers to see, is this an instrument that works? Does this work? Is this what we should be doing? So that's a piece of work that I've been really excited about. In Rwanda, we built 25,000 accessible bathrooms. So, you know, some really big ticket items have come out of this work that we've been doing. And then some of the work related to the inclusive education front has been around policy. So supporting governments as they develop policies on inclusive education. In some instances, we've supported governments on providing background information as they look to ratify the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. I'm just giving you a snapshot of education, but we work in health, we work in transport, we work in infrastructure, we work in digital development. So we really work across all the sectors of the World Bank.
And I can see, therefore, why you're talking about working in partnership. If you're going to drive forward an agenda on inclusive education, whatever the scale of the World Bank, it cannot do that independently of many of the other players. And I'm interested in the different countries where you've worked on. To what extent do they share a common definition of inclusion that means you can share resources and collaborate?
Yeah.
Or is there significant variation, do you find?
So I think there are variations, and there are variations even within country. So, you know, that's a point to take into account. And it's important to understand the country context. Yes. For us, what we've typically done is to use international instruments. So the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which has been ratified by 184 countries, puts out certain universal principles and begins to set out some parameters for what we mean by disability. It sets out in Article 24 what we mean by inclusive education, and there are many other documents that further expand that. So we use those documents as our founding documents, and then we work very closely with governments. But it's also important, and this is something that I really like to emphasize, that when we work in country, that we work with organizations of persons with disabilities, yes, because they know the pulse of what's going on, and they can inform us about what needs to happen and what not.
And I've certainly found for myself that often when I go to work with somebody in a country, often I'm taken to the urban settings first. And that can give me a very skewed perspective of the reality as you move out into more rural areas. Yeah. So it must be for you that need to work in both urban and rural centres in order to reach the full population must be quite important.
So look, it's a challenge, and a very big challenge. I think typically a lot of the organizations of persons with disabilities are in city centres. And so we do have some struggles when we look at rural populations, but it's essential that we don't forget them, yes, because then we will be leaving people behind. And so increasingly we're looking at ways to work in rural communities, but ensuring that people in those communities have agency to participate in development that affects them directly.
I know, I was interested, you talked about, you're talking about putting in place 25,000 facilities for hygiene and so on, that often some of those things are forgotten about even within inclusive education, that those things have to be in place before you can almost build inclusion, if people haven't got those facilities available to them, that's a problem.
No, it is a big problem. And I think when we think about inclusive education, it can't, I mean, of course it's about the curriculum. It's about training the teachers. It's about ensuring that the physical access of the school is accessible, which would include hygiene facilities, wash facilities writ large. But it's also about ensuring that the community is engaged, right? Because what we found in our research is that if parents in the community don't see the value added of an accessible school, it's probably not going to be used. And so it really requires us to think outside of our silos and in a way that's kind of broad and ensuring that we're bringing all the different voices to bear.
And I've often found that, sort of trying to help parents and others deal with preconceptions and sometimes misconceptions is an important starting point for the process.
Yeah.
You're not trying to impose a system, but to work with families for a system.
And that's a really important point, David. I think we really don't want to impose any notions of what we think is inclusive. So how do we work at in communities to ensure that we build out the positive aspects in that community and drive those? And so working with parent groups is very important. Working with community leaders, working with faith-based organizations is very important. And dealing with some of the social norms that exist, because they are very real and often in place in many of the communities in which we work. And so that's where I think the role of organizations of persons with disabilities becomes really important, because they're the touchstone, right? They're on the ground, they can work in the communities, and with support, they can begin to break down some of these negative social norms that exist in the community.
And looking ahead, what do you think are the big challenges that we face that you hope that you're going to be able to grapple with in the immediate future?
So I think some of the big challenges that we face are going to be in the space of technology. I think technology for persons with disabilities is, of course, a major game changer. But we also need to protect people. And I think ensuring that legislation meets the fast-paced development around technology is going to be an issue. I think just the scale of where we're going is going to be important. And do we have the data? Data remains a major setback in many instances where, because we're an evidence-based organization, we don't always have the data. So we need to have more disability disaggregated data so that we can make the case to policymakers, to ministers of finance, for why they need to invest in disability. So I think data remains, for me, a major challenge. And then I think another challenge is that the issues around disability inclusive are increasingly becoming more technical. And I think just having the right set of people to do that, to provide technical assistance, is important, and ensuring that we build capacity at local level. I mean, that is our responsibility.
And that for me has been one of the most crucial things. Think about the entire ecosystem around using technology, whether it's in education, employment, or independent living. Do we have the support? Do we have fertile ground in which to embed that technology so it flourishes? And it sounds like that's, for the World Bank, making sure that things will succeed, that they will grow. It sounds like an important point for you.
It's a very important point, and one that we're working towards. But I think we're not the only people working towards that, so that's quite exciting. There are governments that are very engaged in this space, and so the future looks pretty good.
Okay. So if people come to the World Bank website and they look, what would you recommend they go to look at first? What's going to be the most interesting thing for them?
Well, it depends what they're interested in, because we've got a whole range of areas. But just given that we are at a conference talking about inclusive education, we have a community of practice on inclusive education, which I believe is the largest in the world right now. And we have lots of information. It's a fully accessible website, so we're very proud of that. Really a great place to find up-to-date information on inclusive education, to see what the bank is doing in various parts of the world to advance inclusive education, but also to be part of a larger global community.
And what excites you for the future then?
So what excites me for the future is many of the innovations that I've seen over the last couple of days here in Vienna, but also I'm seeing coming out of many of the countries in which we work, young people with disabilities really taking taking control.
And they're exhausting.
But they're exciting.
They are. It is possible to be both.
Yeah, it is, very much so. And so that excites me tremendously. And then I think it's also quite exciting to see how policy and legislation is really beginning to take hold in many countries. I think, we just need to keep on pushing this. It's not an easy agenda, but we need to do it.
If it was easy, we would have finished it by now.
Exactly.
Charlotte, thank you so much, and wish you every best for the future. Look forward to talking to you next year and seeing what's happened.
Thank you, David. Always a pleasure.
Take care.
I'm Neil Milliken, and I'm delighted to be back here for a fireside chat with Volker Sorger. Volker and I have been working together on a very exciting project that follows on from my fireside chat of last year, where we were talking about treating exclusion like pollution. And we got a lot of interest in the concepts of externalities and corporate governance and how you could apply ESG topics and governance to accessibility programs. But there was a rich picture drawn of the program, and everybody really liked this picture, and everybody was asking me to share it. And I had a problem because it wasn't terribly accessible. So we're talking about accessibility, and there's a picture there talking about governance of accessibility, and I'm being asked to break my own governance by sending out something that's not accessible. And I really want to propagate the ideas. And I had a conversation. I'd been talking to an organization called Equivalent Design, and there's a lady called Heather Neff, who's the founder of this organization, that had been creating smart SVGs, which are scalable vector graphics, which were intended to be fully accessible. But we got into talking about what we'd done with our branding as an organization, where we'd made our brand both more accessible and, through using dark mode in one of the iterations of our branding, also reduced energy consumption. So Heather got very excited about the fact that she was going to reduce energy consumption as well as hit her original aim of making stuff fully accessible. So we were riffing on this, and we said, well, what we need to do is create a proof of work, essentially, that what we talk about, we can actually deliver. So we're back here this year, and I've just shared on my social media the video of the smart infographic in action. It's scalable, it's accessible, it is responsive to dark and light modes and people's color preferences. So it's really super accessible. It works with screen readers, and it explains the concepts. Now, I can explain it at a high level, but Volker, who is the CTO for Equivalent, can explain it more in terms of a technical level. So, Volker, welcome. I'm really glad to have you here. And tell me, can we explain what an SVG is and why it's important for us to start using SVGs rather than standard graphics?
Right, so I'll introduce myself. Thank you for introducing me, but my name is Volker Sorge. So I am currently CTO at Equivalent, formerly Equivalent Design. And yes, so I'm helping the company to build out the technical and the software that's needed in order to create smart SVGs. So if you're unfamiliar with SVGs, in a nutshell, it is the graphics format that is used on the web. The difference between this graphics format to normal graphics you might know from your pictures you take on your phone, for instance, is that what you do in your average picture is what's called a bitmap picture, which freezes pixel by pixel every element in the color that is there, and as well as the resolution is a fixed resolution. Whereas an SVG is effectively stands for scalable vector graphics. It is code which draws the image every time you load your web page. When you enlarge your web page, the picture will be redrawn rather than blowing up the picture as you would do with a normal photo, for instance. The picture is redrawn, so you get a very nice, crisp display of the picture every time, no matter how small or how large you want to have it on your screen. And as a consequence of that is that you can do a lot of things with the code that actually draws or redraws the picture in your browser. And you can change things, as you've already mentioned. You can make it reactive. You can embed information that is not just normally visible, that then can be sent, say, to a screen reader. So you can make it accessible for people with low vision or blindness. You can allow actually interaction with that graphics, meaning that you can actually kind of zoom into certain parts, you can enlarge certain parts, you can have a navigation through the information that is embedded in the graphics. And thereby, you don't just have something to look at, but you actually have something to work with.
Yeah, and so as someone that is dyslexic, I think in pictures. I really absorb information better through pictures than I do through reading words. Up until this point, it's been really challenging to create rich infographics that explain complex topics and make them simultaneously accessible for screen reader users or low vision users. So what's accessible for me is inaccessible for a large part of an audience. So I think that what really excited me about this project was the idea that we can address really quite significantly contrasting accessibility needs through one application of technology. So can you tell us a little bit more about how screen readers can extract information from infographics like this? Because I absorb information through looking at the graphic, but most of the time when companies put up really interesting, rich pictures like we've seen dotted about the conference today, it's very difficult for people to be able to extract that information with a screen reader or to navigate around it.
Yes, yes. So I'll start effectively with what is currently the state of the art, or the old way how to do things with graphics. So normally if you have just a normal image, there's a way to make it screen reader accessible by giving it what's called alt text. So you kind of underlay it with an alternative text which is read out, but that is generally of kind of very short and is generally not enough in order to explain a rich infographic. So if you have a really rich infographics, explaining it in a single tweet is just not feasible. What you can do in SVGs is you can embed the text in a way that a screen reader can actually go into the SVG and can pick out the text. You can define a reading order in which you want to have the text read out. You can also go back and forth inside the text as you would normally do in regular text, in a paragraph of regular text. And you even have the possibility of embedding different languages. So you can have it localized, your image, that is, the infographics might be in English, but you might want to have it localized into German, and you might want to have it localized into Hindi, and thereby you can convey with the same graphics effectively a lot of information that you would normally need a lot of different graphics for.
Yeah. And that last point is really important, because the way that we handle graphics traditionally is that we have different versions of these images and at different sizes for different resolutions on web pages. So what you end up doing is storing large amounts of data, and those large files there's a carbon cost to that. So the more files that you have, the larger the file size, the greater the impact on the planet of the graphics that you're using. So scalable vector graphics enable us to deploy things of a very small file size that are highly extensible, highly configurable, and therefore also use less carbon, have less of a negative impact on the planet. So from my point of view, when I talk about treating exclusion like pollution, I also don't want to increase pollution by creating graphics that essentially have large file sizes. So I thought that the work that's being done here is really neat, and we can have a significant impact along two areas simultaneously in terms of reducing exclusion of people with disabilities, but also if we think about the number of graphics that are used on the web, there's a significant impact in terms of reducing energy consumption as well. So can you explain a little bit more about how we can keep it compact?
So you can, in particular, you also reduce bandwidth, and thereby you save energy, of course. So think about it this way. I have a web page which contains an image, And now this image, I have, say, two or three form factors I've defined. So form factors, I mean, say, you have one for your tablet, you have one for your mobile phone, and you have one for your normal desktop. Now, if the web page is being loaded once, now I change the form factor. Now I need a new graphics in there because the old one could no longer be displayed or wouldn't have the right resolution, so you have to download another one. If you have that in a single SVG, then the SVG, like the web page, adapts itself, and it effectively you only have one download rather than three for the same graphics. If you change your from light mode, say, to dark mode, you get exactly the same effect. You can do that within the code of the SVG itself. You don't have to download a specific image which already has the light mode or the dark mode installed. So that's one way to save energy. And while we're talking about saving energy, of course, light mode versus dark mode, I mean, you know all about that, of course, that it does save a lot of energy if you have everything in dark mode. People out there might know when you have a phone and you're running low on battery, then if you change the dark mode or if you dial down the brightness, then you save energy. And that is obviously in the large scale exactly the same thing. That if it's not only easy on the eyes to have a dark mode, it's not only better for accessibility for certain groups of users, but it's also helpful for preserving energy and the planet thereby for everybody.
That's fantastic. I think when we've worked with agencies around branding as well, often there are challenges in terms of brand integrity and making stuff accessible, because brand guidelines usually stipulate colors and fonts and so on, and yet individual users, particularly users with color sensitivities and visual impairments, quite often have their own color settings. So SVGs and particularly the smart SVGs are and the work that has been done by Equivalent enables both organizations to keep their brand integrity and allow users to maintain their preferences. And what has happened previously is that if you change the color settings, often logos and bits of information would disappear. So can you explain a little bit about how you're able to allow the SVG to react to the color settings on an individual's machine? Because this is really clever.
Right. So what you can do is you can embed what's called media queries into your SVG, and these media queries can react to what the setting of a user or the user preferences on a particular computer are, and thereby you can change the colors so they are aligned with what the user normally would be looking at. So, for instance, if you can't deal with colors, for instance, if you want to have everything monochrome, you can have a contrast setting that allows you to do this. The designer that designs the SVG can embed that immediately, and thereby you get the right color tones that react to what you want to have for the user's settings on their machine. Now, what's really smart about it, though, is that you can do this for the majority of the SVG, but you might want to protect certain areas. Say you have, national flags on there. A national flag does not necessarily make sense when you change the color scheme, so you can protect certain areas and say, well, this part I don't want to change. Everything else should please change to whatever the user's preference are. And as I said before, we can embed all of those. Instead of having multiple graphics for that, you can embed all of those into the SVG, and you don't have to embed it kind of literally. What you just do, you have a little bit of code, some clever code, and which we're getting patented at the moment, and that can then allow you to actually react to the color changes or the changes on the desktop or on your mobile phone, or whatever the user needs are.
And I really like this. I think it was one of the things that got me most excited about the work that you're doing, because when we've worked with users, and we work a lot with people in the workplace, one of the first things that happens in migrations, and we're bringing people onto new systems, is that well, what about my color settings? And they get wiped out all of the time. So technology that respects people's color settings, that respects brand integrity, that respects the environment, for me, it's a great example of how we can create multiple wins at once through bringing together ideas and technology. So I know we've got less than 30 seconds left. I just want to thank you for coming and helping explain the technology behind the idea. It's been fantastic to be able to go from conceptual last year to geeking out this year with a real example of how you can implement technology that reflects the idea behind treating exclusion like pollution. Thank you very much, Volker.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you. It was great. Thanks.
Hello everyone and welcome to the last Fireside Chat of the Zero Project Conference 2024. I have the pleasure of being here with Dom Hayams from